Profesor Insinyur Sri Atmaja P. Roshidi, ST MSc Eng, PG Certif PhD Eng IPU ASEAN Engineer. The Chairman of Board of Trustees, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Dr. Haji Agung Danarto MAG. Director of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Professor Dr. Insinyur Gunawan Budianto, MP IPM ASEAN Engineer, and all of the Vice Rectors from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta.
The Honorable University Secretary of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Insinyur Nafi Ananda Utama MS. The Head of Research and Innovation Institute Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Profesor Diah Mutiarin SIP MSI. The Chairman of the 8th ICOSI, Dr. Isceie Chisman ST MSc. Dean, Directors in Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, distinguished guests and participants of the 8th ICOSI 2024. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. All praises to Allah as the Lord of the world, as the master and creator of everything in this universe. Because of his mercy and blessings, we are able to participate in the 8th International Conference on Sustainable Innovation with the theme, Optimizing Science and Technology for Future Sustainable Living. We also would like to inform that this event is being broadcasted live on YouTube channel UM Yogya from AR Fakhruddin B Building, 5th floor Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. May salawat and salam always be upon to our Prophet of Islam, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Ladies and gentlemen, we are so glad to welcome you to the opening ceremony of
The 8th International Conference on Sustainable Innovation. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's open our agenda today by reciting Basmalah together.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Ladies and gentlemen, to start our event today, let's listen together to the recitations of the Holy Quran. Quran Surah Al-Mujadalah, verse 11 to verse 12, that will be recited by Muhammad Ammar Sirait. Please come to the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya ayyuhalladzina amanu idza qila lakum tafassahu fil majalis إذا قيل لكم تفسحوا في المجالس فافسحوا يفسح الله وإذا قيل انشزوا فانشزوا يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم والذين أوتوا العلم درجات والله بما تعملون خبير والذين أوتوا العلم درجات والله بما تعملون خبير صدق الله العظيم. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Allah, God Almighty speaks the truth.
Ladies and gentlemen, for a brief moment, we would like to invite all audience to rise and sing the national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, followed by Sang Surya and Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta's anthem. All audience, please stand up. Sang Surya by Kiai Haji Carnawi Hadi Kusumo.
Sang Surya
Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta's Anthem by Agus Kurnia Wibowo.
Audience, please be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next agenda, the report by the chairman of the 8th ICOC 2024 to Dr. Isceie Jusman ST MSc. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and greetings to everyone. Estimated Executive Board of Muhammadiyah, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Esteemed Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, and distinguished colleagues, honorable speakers, all of speakers in ICOC, and respected co-hosts and our esteemed authors and participants. First and foremost, let us express our gratitude and praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His blessing and guidance that allow us to gather at this prestigious event, the International Conference on Sustainable Innovation, ICOC 2024. I would like to extend my deepest appreciation and thanks to the Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta and his esteemed college for facilitating and fully supporting the implementation of ICOC 2024. The support of you have provided is invaluable to us in realizing a successful and meaningful conference. Through your guidance, commitment, and support, we have been able to create an event that serve not only as a platform of knowledge sharing, but also as a meaning to build stronger collaboration and professional networks. I also like to express my sincere gratitude to all the co-hosts who have supported this event. The successful of this conference is inseparable from the hard work and collaboration of various institutions. The following is a list of co-hosts involved. Universitas Malaysia Perlis, UNIMAP, Malaysia. University Islam Selangor, UIS, Malaysia. University Teknologi Mara, UITM, Malaysia. University Science Malaysia, USM Malaysia. Mindanao State University Iligan Institute of Technology, Philippines. American International University, Bangladesh. Asia University, Taiwan. College University Islam Perlis, Malaysia. And Universitas Muhammadiyah Klaten, Indonesia. Universitas Muhammadiyah Makassar. Universitas Muhammadiyah Serang. Universitas Muhammadiyah Mataram. Universitas Muhammadiyah Palopo. Universitas Islam Indonesia, Yogyakarta. Universitas Negeri Gorontalo. Universitas Muhammadiyah Banjarmasin. Universitas Muhammadiyah A.R. Fakhrudin. Universitas Muhammadiyah Sampit. And Universitas Muhammadiyah Jenderal Ahmad Yani. We greatly appreciate the support and collaboration for our co-hosts in making this event as successful and meaningful. Thank you for your commitment to advancing science and technology and innovation. I would like to thank all the authors who have participated in this conference. We received a total of 1,485 papers from various countries, and after a rigorous selection process, 1,015 papers has been accepted for the presentation, while 471 papers were not accepted. This is a clear evidence of the enthusiasm and dedication of the authors to share their knowledge, research, and innovation. The authors and participants come from 33 countries across 5 continents, including Asia, Indonesia, Philippines, Malaysia, India, Taiwan, Thailand, Afghanistan, Japan, Iraq, United Arab Emirates, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Saudi Arabia. Africa, Nigeria, Benin, Morocco, Angola, and Europe, Denmark, Hungary, the Netherlands, Germany, Ireland, France, and North America, USA, Canada, and from the Australia, and Fiji. As part of our effort to enhance the quality and the research all conference under the auspices of Isceie has established collaboration with leading publisher index in Scopus, namely AIP, IEEE, E3S, and BioWeb. This is a 16th conference that all of the output of the conference to the publisher. We also wish to promote UMY Grace, which will be held August 2020, what we have received 300 83 papers. Of these, 240 papers have been has been accepted, and 145 paper has been rejected. This event has also partnership with publisher indexed by Scopus and WOS, making significant progress in strengthening our academic reputation and innovation. Next. I would like also to express my deep appreciation to the entire Focal Conference Committee who have worked tireless to make this event a success. You are the backbone of this entire of activities. With your spirit and hard work and commitment, we can realize this extraordinary conference. Thank you for your dedication, and let us continue to move forward with unwavering enthusiasm. Special thanks also go to all editors and reviewers of all the Focal Conference from countries across 5 continents. Your contribution to maintaining and quality academic integrity are valuable. Thank you for your time and expertise in ensuring that each paper presented meets high scientific standard. In conclusion, I hope this conference can be a fruitful and inspiring platform. May we take advantage of this opportunity to forge new relationships, exchange ideas, and also strengthen our professional networks. Enjoy the conference, and thank you for your participation and contribution. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to Dr. Isceie Jusman, STMSC, for the report.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next agenda, welcoming remarks and conference opening by Director of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Professor Dr. Insinyur Gunawan Budianto, MP IPM ASEAN Engineer. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Board of Trustees of UMY, the Honorable Keynote Speaker of ICOSI 2024, Professor Emeritus Dato Dr. Abdullah, Profesor Insinyur Sri Atmaja Putra Jatining Nugraha, and the keynote speeches of 25 Focals, Vice Rector, Dean and Director, and also Chairperson of Focals, and all of participants. Firstly, we offer our heartfelt gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. There is only one deity, and it's Him. Allah provides us with direction, mercy, and spirit, allowing us to join and assemble at this event. Muslims in the country demonstrate their admiration for Muhammad, the messenger of Allah, by reciting salawat and salam. He serves as a mentor, model, and embodiment of outstanding human behavior. Welcome to the International Conference of Sustainable Innovation at Universitas Muhammadiyah, Yogyakarta. We are honored to have distinguished guests, valued participants, professors, researchers, and innovation from around the world in attendance. Ladies and gentlemen, the term optimizing science and technology for future sustainable living is in complete alignment with our university's vision. The ICOC 2024 seeks to use scientific knowledge and technology breakthrough strategically and innovatively to establish sustainable futures characterized by efficient resources utilization and minimal environmental impact. This concept spans a wide range of area, including energy, transportation, agriculture, manufacturing, and urban growth. As we converge, we saw the seed for vibrant partnership that bring us closer to achieving the ideal of society 5.0. Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, we are committed to utilizing knowledge for the environmental of such, from the improvement of society through the consolidation of knowledge and assets. We can address worldwide issues such as climate change, sustainable energy, healthcare accessibility, and poverty reduction with greater efficiency. This conference cultivates an atmosphere conducive to the exchange and practical application of knowledge. I would want to express my genuine gratitude to the researchers, professors, industry leaders, and policymakers who made a valuable contribution to this conference. We are all inspired by your unwavering commitment and favor to furthering knowledge. Lastly, I would want to convey my gratitude to all the committees. The event has recently commenced. Nevertheless, we are still accountable for the paper and publication. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my gratitude to the committee for their hard work, for their diligent and productive effort thus far. I kindly request that they continue to provide exceptional service to all partners, speakers, and participants. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, sir. Please remain on stage. We are going to proceed to the next event, which is the opening ceremony of the 8th ICOSI 2024. And we would like to invite Board of Trustees of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, Head of Research and Innovation Institution, and also Chairman of the 8th ICOSI 2024. So the opening ceremony, ladies and gentlemen, will be symbolized with pressing the button by the Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta.
And also accompanied by our officials, of course.
So
We're giving
immediately,
the cue to
Yeah.
press the button on the count of 3, right?
yeah, let's count down together in 3, 2, 1.
1. Ladies and gentlemen, the 8th International Conference on Sustainable Innovations is officially open.
Please give a big applause. And everyone, 3, 2, 1. Once again,
Once
please
again.
give a big smile.
Big smile.
3, 2, 1. Okay,
All
that's
right.
all. All right, thank you very much, ma'am and sir.
Sir.
Please have a seat, and we would like to invite for the second photo session all the vice rectors, university secretary, and all the board of trustees
Yes, we would like to
have a
invite.
photo together on the stage, please. All the vice rectors,
Board of
secretary,
Trustees.
university, and board,
Board
of,
of Trustees.
trustees.
So the second photo sessions would be all of the vice rectors of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, the secretary of the university, and also would like to invite all the board of trustees of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. All right, committee ready?
Ready? 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. All right, thank you very much, and we would like to ask the rector and also the head of board of trustees to please remain on the stage again to put on the scarves to our
Scarf.
two keynote speakers today, Professor Sri Atmaja and also Professor Abdullah.
Please come to the stage.
We would like to invite our rector and also head of board of trustees, Professor Gunawan Budianto and also Mr. Agung Danarto, and our keynote speakers of ICOSY 2024 to the stage. We respectfully ask the rector and head of board trustees to put on the scarves to our keynote speakers,
Right.
and later on the keynote vocals can participate.
Yes, after all the keynote speakers here, get the scarf.
Yeah. For the first will be given to
Professor Abdullah from Malaysia, all the way from Malaysia.
wow. Please give a big applause. And the next will be given to Professor Insinyur Sri Atmaja, professor from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta.
Yogyakarta.
Please give a big
Applause, everyone.
Thank you very much. Please have a photo together. 3, 2, 1. Okay, ready? Once again.
Once again.
3, 2, 1.
One.
All right. Thank you very much.
sir. you may back to your seat because we're going to proceed to our next agenda.
Well, ladies and gentlemen,
Before proceeding to the next agenda, let us for a while enjoy the sustainable fashion show performance from the university.
this show bringing out sustainable fashion in line with our campus, Green Campus Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, and this show is very special since there will be surprising talents from faculty members of UMY. Thus, without any further ado, please enjoy the show. Alula. Hijriah by Aulia Hijriah Stuti.
DW. Dewe by Didi Warsito.
Lemos Pires. Level Spiras by Herlina Kristanti.
And ladies and gentlemen, this is the Sustainable Fashion Show Parade of the 8th International Conference Innovations 2024.
Please give a big applause.
To our talented designers for the sustainable fashion.
Profesor Dr. Diah Mutiarin, SIP, MSI. Mrs. Helen Dian Fridayani, SIP, MIP, PhD. Profesor Endah Sabtutiningsi, SIMSI. Mrs. Eko Purwanti, SPD, MHum, PhD. Apoteker Saptanti Harimurti, MSI, PhD. Hemas Novita Dewi, Almas Naifatu Zuro, and all
Of the models from the faculty members of Universitas
Please.
Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta.
Once again, please give a big applause. Wow, that was a very wonderful performance and fashion show since, ladies and gentlemen, this is not only fashion show, but it brings out the sustainable fashion which is in line with our Green Campus Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. So please once again give a big applause. It is very excited and I was very surprised to see the models.
Yes, because I haven't thought that all of the faculty members are here because one of my lecturers were there.
Yeah, we have Professor Faris Al-Fadan.
Yes.
We have Dr. Edwin and all the surprising talents. Yeah.
Talents from all the faculty members. And also I saw a lot of my friends were actually there too.
Oh, really?
Really.
Yeah, and this is very exciting to see how fashion can be participated into
Good environment.
Good environment, yeah.
In line with our green campus, right?
Yeah, we are Green Campus, and yesterday I have just heard a speech from Professor Dr. Nano Prawoto about Kampus Sehat Senyaman Taman, yeah.
True, that is our tagline for the green
Yes.
campus of the university.
Yes, very true. And Shafiq and all of ladies and gentlemen, finally we're going to proceed to our main agenda in this opening ceremony. We have our keynote speakers, Professor Sri Atmaja and also Professor Abdullah. Welcome to UMY, Professor. And we are very excited to listen to their keynote speech.
All right, so without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next agenda, which is the keynote speech that will be led by our colleague. And please help us welcome our moderator for today's agenda, Mrs. Rati Herning Tias, SIP, MA.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I saw that everyone enjoyed the fashion show, but I want to remind that we're still in international conference, by the way. Well, my name is Rate Herning Tias. I will be the moderator for this plenary session. It's my pleasure to welcome all of you here to the International Conference of Sustainable and Innovation Isceie 2024. Isceie is Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta flagship conferences which comprises of multidisciplinary focal conference. This year, Isceie 2024 brings up 16 focal conference from various fields of multidisciplinary science, including health science and nursing, agriculture and engineering, social science and economics, as well as law and religious studies. Just a quick note, once again, that this conference held in a hybrid mode. We have some participants join into this plenary session through the YouTube streaming. Ladies and gentlemen, the Isceie 2024 theme, Optimizing Science and Technology for Future Sustainable Living, addresses the urgent need to address global environmental challenges such as climate change, resources depletion, biodiversity loss, and pollution. Traditional practices and consumption patterns are often detrimental to ecosystem, requiring a new paradigm shift in technological innovation and scientific research. Recent advances in renewable energy, sustainable materials, precision agriculture, and environmental monitoring show a hope for positive impact, which involve refining technology to make them more efficient, environmentally friendly, and economical viable. The question is, how can we make it happen? That's why we will try to invite our honorable speaker to discuss about these issues. As it's stated in the agenda, we have two honorable speakers. Without further ado, I will invite our first speaker. Please welcome to Professor Datuk Dr. Abu Abdullah from University Technical Malaysia, Melaka. And for the second speaker, I would like to proudly present one and only Professor Insinyur Sri Atmaja Putra Rosidin, PhD from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Good morning, Prof. Abdullah, Prof. Sri Atmaja. How are you today? Do you feel relaxed after watching the fashion show? Yeah. Before we start, the plenary will be divided into two sessions. The first is the keynote speakers presentation for around 25 minutes, yeah, Prof. And then the second session will be question and answer. All participants, whether offline or online, are invited to address the question regarding to the topic of discussion. For the participant who join online, you can write down the question into the chat box, and the committee will compile of them and will forward to the question to this stage. Before I invite to Professor Abdullah to deliver the presentation, I would like to read a certain curriculum vitae. Actually, ladies and gentlemen, Prof. Abdullah have 19 pages of curriculum vitae. So we can imagine his expert in this field of engineering. Professor Emeritus Dato Dr. Abu Abdullah is an esteemed researcher and scholar specializing in manufacturing engineering and technology management. He holds a Bachelor of Engineering in Production Engineering from the University of Birmingham, United Kingdom, and a Master Science in Production Engineering, Robotic and Automation, along with a PhD in Manufacturing Engineering from the University of Warwick, UK. His expertise encompasses advanced machining, machine tool, technology management, and the application of composites and materials. Prof. Abdullah actively collaborates on industry-relevant research projects and bridging theory with practical implementation. He is known for mentoring future engineers, delivering acclaimed lectures, and sharing insight at international conferences, contributing significantly to global advancement in manufacturing and technology. He is also awarded as a Professor Emeritus on November 2023. His currently position is a member of Entrepreneur Development Advisory Council, Ministry of Entrepreneurship, Malaysia. So you have your time now. So the floor is yours, Prof. Please welcome Professor Emeritus Dr. Dato Abu Abdullah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Moderator, and my colleague, Dr. Sri, and dear participant. Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin, wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya mursalin, wa ala alihi wa ashabi ajmain. Amma ba'd. I think I would like to thank UMY for inviting me to this very auspicious occasion on the International Conference on Sustainable Innovation, ICOSI 24. And UMY is very close to me. I've been known, especially my good friend, Professor Skamta. We've been together for the last more than 10 years. We do some joint research and some collaboration with my university, which is University Technical Malaysia Melaka. Right, today the topic of my presentation is a bit like, it's more on the pathway of a case study on Melaka. I'm not going to say more on the heavy side on engineering and technology. As you know that my background, I'm a manufacturing engineer and have some experience in manufacturing technology. But today I'll be talking more on the sustainable cities. I'll take example of Melaka is a case study because why? I purposely choose this topic because I believe there's some similarity, the Jogja and Melaka, right? Because both have some similarities. I don't know whether the United Nations has come to Jogja to become a more sustainable cities. Minang or not yet? No, yeah. Okay. So I would like to take this opportunity to share some experience what we are doing in Melaka, so that we can exchange experience and how can we together develop a sustainable cities, right? I think the word sustainable is quite common to us. I think they will be elaborated more by the coming presentation. And we know that, I mean, the sustainability is the ability to maintain or support a process over a period of time. That means to say that you got to be sustainable over a period of time, right? If you cannot sustain, you'll be diminished, you'll be out of the business, you're not in the competition. example, like, I mean, my area is more in automotive and aerospace. I think everybody know back in the early 19th, all these supersonic Concorde, right? They can fly from UK to Australia within less than 10 hours. The existence is not more than 10 years, and it's just vanished. Why? They cannot sustain the energy. Because to transfer people from UK to Australia, you can imagine the amount of fuel consumption with that. Secondly, is the transportation. They cannot get more than 150 passengers to transfer. And the technology is there, but it's vanished. The latest one is, I think, probably you heard about Airbus A380, one of the biggest transporter to take one place. They can accommodate more than 400 people. And this is very good. You need a mass transportation. For example, for Hajj, for example, you see, the Hajj, they need more than 25, 30 flights in Malaysia to transport. But A330 is the thing in transportation. But now, the A380 is still running, but stock of production. Because why? Again, in terms of sustainability, material, fuel consumption, economical, is not there. So this is where it got to be exist over a period of time. As you know that the theme here is science and technology for the future sustainment. Because I believe that science and technology is the only tools that for us to help, to maintain, to sustain over a period of time. And time is changing. And what not, I mean, in terms of telecommunication, we cannot believe that today we have all our things in our hand, right? I don't have to bring my student thesis all over. It's all here. And then at one time, we heard the brand by Ericsson, Nokia, right? That's all vanished. Because why? They cannot sustain the technology. Now people are talking about, in Malaysia, now talking about IA. AI, artificial intelligence now. People are putting money in AI because why? Of the technology is changing. But for today, I think I will take more a light approach for us to share on the sustainability of a city in Malacca. Because sustainability, the core of sustainability is on the three things. We're talking about the economic sustainability, the environment, and the social. Or we call it the 3P, the profit, the planet, and the people. So for today, I think the rest of the probably papers we touch on the technology, on the environment. But today, I would like to touch on social. There is a sustainable cities. Okay. What are the sustainable development goals? Because I said just now, there are three focal of the sustainability. There is the economy, the environment, and the social. But here, the United Nations has come out with the 17 that call it social development goals. Whereas this 17 will encompass all the development in sustainability. But for today, we are talking about more on the Sustainable Development Goals, also known as the Global Goals, which we adopted by United Nations in 2015 as a universal call to action to end the poverty. This is where the social part comes in. We're talking about the poverty, equality, we talk about education, we could talk about food security. So this is the call to end the poverty, to protect the planet, which is the environment, and to ensure that by 2030, all people will enjoy the peace and prosperity. Remember, the third part of it is the social. It's talking about to close the gap between the poor and the rich, right? To minimize the famine, the food security. So by 2030, United Nations is looking that with these 70 sustainable goals, we want to ensure that to end the people enjoy the peace and prosperity. The 17 SDG are integrated. They are recognized that action in one area will affect outcome in others, and that development must be balanced socially, economically, and environmental sustainability. So whatever the 17 goals been laid out by the United Nations, they are fully integrated to ensure that we live in peace and prosperity. Oops. Look. These are the 17 SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. The poverty, the zero hunger, the health, the education, the gender equality, the water, the affordable, decent work, noisy notation, you name it. These are 17 climate action line below the water. We're talking about peace, justice, and partnership. And bear you in mind, in Malaysia right now, if you apply for any grants, research grant, you must fulfill one of the 70 SDG. If you apply a grant for the ministry, for example, make sure that one of the research topic or research area must be fall with this under these 17 goals, or else the government doesn't want to spend the money, right, without having a good output. So, but one of them, which I'm talking about today, is on the 11th Sustainable City and Countries, right? This is on the 11th one. Okay, what is on the 11th SDG said? Sustainable cities and communities. That make cities and human settlement inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. We have to ensure that the cities the settlement is inclusive. That means we're talking about the safety, the resilient, and the sustainable for the cities and the people inside the city. That is the 11 goals, right? These are the areas that the sustainable cities and communities are looking at. These are the key points that we have to look at. First, to ensure that housing and basic services. Make sure that, remember the Maslow hierarchy of needs? We need to have shelter. Without the shelter, then come the food, the next one. Right? So shelter is the most important thing to ensure that our population has their own shelter or house for that matter. So the first key is to make sure the housing and basic services are provided for the people. Secondly is the public transport system. I was in China about 2 months ago. Before that, I was in China 10 years ago, Prof. Skamda. 10 years ago, you can see in China, it's all with the bicycles and motor or diesel. Right? Now, there's no more bicycle, no more motorcycle, it's all EV. I can't believe it. So why? They make sure that transport is one thing, but to ensure that we are environmental free. Talking about carbon footprint, all these things. So China has moved from a bicycle to an EV. Same with now, we are talking about less emission, the carbon footprint, for example. See, so to ensure that our city are less carbon, environmental free. So make sure that public transport system is there. Then I see in Jakarta recently now they're making the MRT underground. In Malaysia, of course, we have LRT, all this. And then I've traveled from Jakarta to Bandung. Before, by road is 3.5 hours. Dengan kereta api cepat sekarang, Pak Sukamta, 30 minutes. So can you imagine that? So people come Malaysia want to go to Bandung, it's better come to Jakarta rather than you go to Bandung. Because the new airport in Bandung now, same the bandara here, it takes 1.5 hours. Right? So we make sure that the transport system in place. Okay? And not everybody is affordable to possess, to have their own transport. So this is another thing. So the government or the local authority have to provide a good transport system. Then urban equality and waste management. You cannot believe that how much waste we produce per day, tons. Right? How can we process that one? Because if you not process all this waste, it's become another burden to the environment. The next key is disaster risk management policies. Alhamdulillah, Malaysia is not in the Pacific rim of the earthquake, but Indonesia do. But then we still have all this flood still there, right? Recently, you know how, I think about 2-3 years ago, Fauzi is my colleague from UTM, that we feel a big flood in Malaysia, unexpectedly. So we must have that MNC how to manage the disaster. Then resilience to disaster. So these 5 things are important. Then the next one go to resilient, sustainable urbanization. As we look at it, how we categorize what is the sustainable urbanization. Of course, we have to look at our cultural and national heritage, and then urban green and public spaces to ensure that we have enough green so that we can convert from the oxygen, the carbon dioxide, things like that. Then, of course, the urban planning. The urban planning is very important because previously, I mean, our town planning is just go unplanned. So we need a proper urban planning for us to ensure that all the criteria is being placed, right? Then, of course, we need a sustainable and resilient building. These are some initiatives that we have in Malaysia, for example. First, the stages is that somebody have to initiate it. Stage 1 is initiation, that make sure that we have to create some working group, make sure that we have some realization from the policy maker, the government, the university. We must have the initiation, right? Then the next one, how we diagnose that the diagnostic of that. We have the list of requirements, we need a data for that, the SG mapping of department, the business unit, because bear with me, we cannot work in silo in the government especially. The transport ministry, the health ministry, they have to work together in order to achieve. Then the next stage is progress and measurement. So you need to see the progression, you need to measure the achievement of each point that I said just now. Of course, last is the roadmap to strategies. So this is some strategies I will just browse through. What are the strategies need to become a sustainable cities? Okay. These are an example in Kuala Lumpur, where you know Kuala Lumpur is our capital, and these are things that has been implemented. You can see from the road system, you can see from the pedestrian walking, you can see how the proposed recreational cycling cycle will be there, and then how the proposed elevated pedestrian mall in KL Towers. I think some of you have been there, and now you can see, even I myself couldn't believe that they have multiple highway in Kuala Lumpur now. You need to use Google and in order to go into Kuala Lumpur now. The development in Kuala Lumpur is being so fast there. So this is some strategic development zone that being implemented in Malaysia, especially in our capital city. Right. Now come back why we choose Malacca. Because the United Nations has chosen Malacca as one of the sustainable city to be promoted. There are about 20 sustainable cities in 11 countries. They are in Brazil, they are in Turkey, and they are in Singapore. Then, of course, one of them is in Malacca. So we choose Malacca because they are strategic location with rich culture and history. That's what I said in the beginning. We have some similarity, Malacca and Jogja. We are very rich in our culture and our history. Right? Then, this is another thing, the recognition by UNESCO. Malacca has been recognized by the World Heritage since, I think, 2010, something like that. But, of course, you have your own heritage site like. I think Borobudur is one of them, is there. That's why when I come down from the airport, from the bandara, I can see the signage in Arabic, in Japanese, in Mandarin. Oh, I said, well, there's a change there. My last visit was 2016. Yeah, when I see at bandara, I said, wow, that's wonderful, that's good development there. So you can see how they attract people to Jogja. As the third criteria is the tourism as our main economic drive. I stay in Malacca. I mean, right? I cannot go out over the weekend to the city center. Why? The people come to Malacca. Either I stay put at home, I go to the golf course. Right? Because tourism is a main economic drive. As I said, economy is one of the pillar of the sustainability. So because of these three criteria, United Nations has chosen Malacca as one to be a sustainable city. But again, United Nations will work with our local government, our federal government, to come up with the strategies how to make Malacca is sustainable. Okay. These are the dimension and the key focus area. These are the 6 dimensions that the metrics to show that we must do something on these 6 areas. First, the government and the government is important. Without the support of the local government and the federal government, you cannot proceed. Why? Firstly, it's the funding. So we need the money from the government. To make a fast train, to make all this LRT is not cheap. You need to bring in the technology. Right? First, we must support from the local and federal governments. Then, of course, we took a long version planning, stakeholder participation, because the stakeholder have to play part in this thing. Who are our stakeholders? Our industries, our people. So they must be part of the government's integrated urban planning. Of course, the rest, urban sizing, so on and so forth. The second one is fiscal sustainability. We talk about money. We talk about accountability and transparency, credit worthiness, revenue and financial authority, and expenditure management. These are the second criteria. The third criteria is economies. We're talking about the business climate, how we attract people and come invest in Malacca. Even Malacca is a tourist center, but not to forget that there are some big industry in Malacca. We're talking about aerospace industries are there. We're talking about electrical and electronics industries are there, right? So there are also in an industry area, but this is where we will use the labor force. We need people to address the industry. Okay? Of course, next one is income equality. To ensure that there's no disparity without the government and industry. To make sure that income equality must be there. So people don't dispute. Either I work in industry, I work with the government. Then the next one is natural environment and resources. To ensure that the ecosystem and biodiversity is there. To ensure that ecosystem work in harmony. We talk about the air quality. We're talking about water resources management. And bear in mind with us that some part of Malaysia, they still have enough water supplies. Even they have got some water supply, there has always problem. So that is another key that on the natural and to ensure that the water resources is there. And again, I said earlier, the waste management and consumption and public patterns. The last is climate action and resilience. We're talking about clean energy, climate change adaptation, industry. These are the keys. And the last, inclusive and quality of life. That means it got a bit inclusive. We're talking about housing, we're talking about security, we're talking about water and sanitation, health, being, and safety. So the last one, the sixth one, inclusive of all whatever we have, or the 6 criteria. So these are the main criteria being set forth by the United Nations for us to become a sustainable cities. But from the studies, then the United Nations come with strategies. So in order for us to achieve these 6 criteria, we must have strategies. Like we said just now, the policy is one of the things that we must do. Without the policies, no, We cannot get a support from the top management. We do some benchmarking to see how the maturity of our sustainability. So we take example, these are the Izmir is a town or city in Turkey, and Recife is a city in Brazil, and of course Lisbon in Portugal. Of course, our next neighbor is Singapore. I don't know why they don't take Jakarta. Things. These are all United Nations specification, right? So first, we look where is the position of Malacca. Are still emerging, are still is consolidating, or advanced, are we always a sustainable city? So from the benchmarking, you can see that emerging, looking at finding a vision, lacking of implementation. No, we move to the second benchmarking, consolidate. How we consolidate the development vision? The city or the country must have vision to develop their sustainability. It cannot come just overnight. It must be a vision, a mission to achieve. And again, to achieve this one, we need a policy for that. Can then Malacca, on this consolidating, we have our fiscal sustainability, we are okay, our climate change is okay, and our economy is all right. Then the next benchmarking, are we advanced or not? Advanced, looking about clear vision, no problem. Malaysia is good making of policies. Here, B and C. You're talking anything. We have our own policies. But again, the implementation. Because it's any project, either by initiated, it's got to be policy driven. So for Malaysia, I believe the policy driven is that. Then the next one is beginning implemented. Malacca, as I said, come in between the advanced and sustainable. We have clear vision, we have comprehensive strategy, we have self implementation. So the government and urban planning, nature, we have a good governance and the integration with the urban planning. Then the next one is, because Malacca fall into between Izmir and Recife. But when compared to Lisbon and Singapore, we are not yet again to the status of sustainable. As you know that, I mean, in the group of ASEAN, we used to be Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand. Then come Indonesia, Vietnam, Laos. Then the next group will be Cambodia, right? But now you can see how Singapore has emerged themselves to become a most quote-unquote a developed country. Why? You can look at their implementation, look at the economy. The exchange rate now, Malaysia and Singapore, used to be 2-3 ringgit, now come more for 4 ringgit per dollar, right? So these are the things that you look, we benchmark where Malacca stay, right? These are our benchmarking. I have 3 minutes. Okay, let me do quickly. Oh, this one. Go back. Go back. Okay. Okay. These are the. We mark the methodology that we mark from 0 score to 100. 100 is the most favorable condition. You can see that Malacca is in between. As you can see, the benchmarking, Malacca is in between Izmir, Lisbon, and Singapore. And in terms of overview, in terms of governance and telecommunication, we're still in the middle. Physical accessibility is still in the middle. Urban economies, and these are the outcome of our benchmarking to find out where Malacca situated. Okay, these are the outcome. Then from this one, we come up with our strategies. Okay, these are the points given according to the 6 criteria. These are points given by the study. Overview, we are about 60% under category of advanced. Governance and integrated government, we are more than 60%. Still, we are advanced. Then physical sustainability, we are a bit low, about 30%. Remember the benchmarking, we still under stage of consolidating. urban economies, we are about 50%, still consolidate. Then natural environment and resources, we are advanced, it's about more 70%. Climate action and resilience, we are still consolidating. And of course, inclusivity and quality of life, we are at the highest point. We are successful. Of the 6 criteria, we are being inclusive and quality of life. Meaning to say that the quality of life in Malacca now is much better compared to 10 to 15 years ago. So we use this scoring to ensure that as a guideline for us to implement our strategy. All right? So I quickly look at the strategy. These are in terms of economic success in Malacca. You can see from 2000 to 2014. You can see that some decline of the economic performance in Malacca. But the rate of growth of number of visitors have been declined because of, 2014 has gone down again. These are the reason. Then strategy reinforcing Malacca economic. How to reinforce Malacca as economic success? Re-evaluate strategies infrastructure. Align the strategies, fostering. These are all strategies that has to be implemented by the authorities. Okay, these are the study have proposed. This is the first strategy. Then the second strategy is environmental plan. Make sure that the solid waste management is proper, water management is sufficient water, highly subsidized transient limit, the energy and greenhouse gases, cheap energy prices, climate change. The second strategy, you have to integrate the environmental plans. So we have to synthesize the initiative, creating integrated environment approach and progressive toward recalibrated goal. Okay, this is another strategy how we have a short-term application and the long-term. Short-term, we're talking 1 to 5 years. These are the things that we have to achieve between 1 to 5 years. Then the long-term is between 15 years. Meaning to say that the United Nations have given Malacca maximum 5 years to achieve a minimum sustainable cities. By 15 years, they become back to us to ensure that we are better at the par than Singapore. Okay, I just browsed through. This is where we are. This is our map. The pink one is a potential existence, right? And the red one on your left is actual what we are in 2013, and the future plan is on the right hand side. So we are looking at the map there, and this again, how to enhancing the serving and housing, strategy 3, 4, how to shape compact, efficient and harmonious urban form, and again, 5 years to 15 years, make sure that we have enough of the development within 5 to 10 years. Okay, these are where you can see the transport system in Malacca. We have to rearrange our transport system in Malacca, and we have to shift Malacca mobility to model split. And the last strategy is demonstrating fiscal sustainability. 1 minute. And again, this is another strategy and the conclusion, right? These are the conclusion. I asked Prof how many minutes they give it to me. The problem with lecturer, when you got the mic, you can talk. Prof will come down. When you got the mic, you can. Okay, never mind. Come to the conclusion, right? Malacca develops a massively with international partnership like GPS, the global platform of sustainable cities. You have to be with the partners. As I said, there are more than 20 cities under GPS. You have to be the platform so that we can do our benchmarking. Need bold action and historical research and model. The keyword is the bold action. The government, the politician, the academician, the businessman, they have to be part of it, or else things doesn't work, right? Priorities. What are the priorities? Economic competitiveness. You make sure that our profit is there. Urban efficiency and fiscal. The last, using GPSC, sustainability. As I said, they have a tool there, and integrating planning data is crucial for market to sustain development. Enhancing its global urban sustainability role. Okay. Okay. With that, I thank for your attention for my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Abdullah. Very interesting presentation. Prof. Abdullah have highlight a certain important issues. He put the goal, SDG goal 11 as sustainable city and community as the main discussion. And then he also highlight the case of Malacca as an important city that tried to be part of sustainable city. Yeah? And then he also mentioned about benchmark scoring is one of the strategy, and including reinforcing economic, integrating environment plans, and any other. But I found a very interesting statement. It is about the importance of partnership and also how to use the technology wisely. Yeah. Thank you for your presentation, Prof. And now we will welcome our second speaker. There will be Professor Insinyur Sri Atmaja Putra Jatining Nugraha Nasir Roshidi, ST MSc am I right, Prof? PG certificate and PhD, PN, IPU, and ASEAN Engineering. It's a very long degree. I'm sorry if I make a mistake when mention it, Prof. He holds the prestigious position of Professor in Transportation within the Civil Engineering program at University Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. He also holds a Bachelor of Engineering from Department of Civil Engineering UMY and Master of Science in Engineering along with his PhD from Department of Civil Structure Engineering from the National University of Malaysia. He is actively teaching, conducting research, publish, and disseminate more than 100 articles in reputable international journal and international conference. He also has many books, patents, and also copyrights. Besides being active in academic activity, he is also actively participate in various professional organizations, including Ikatan Ahli Kebencanaan Indonesia, Persatuan Insinyur Indonesia, Himpunan Ahli Teknik Tanah Indonesia, and the International Association for Computer Methods and Advantage in Geomechanics. He was UMY Vice Rector for Student Affairs, Alumni and Internationalization since 2011 until 2017. His current position is the Director of Postgraduate Program UMY. And now this is your time, Prof. So the floor is yours. Please welcome Professor Sri Atmaja.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Rabbi israh li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hludatan min lisani yafqahu qawli. Thank you, Burati, for the time, and it's my honor to be here together with you to share the information that I have related to the focus on my study. It is infrastructures. Actually, we already get a lot of information and explanation from Prof. Abu Abdullah about the sustainability. So it is easier for me to jump to other topic. Yeah? Today I'm going to give the sharing about the sustainability and resilience in infrastructure system. Sustainability is, everyone knows about that. Yeah, Prof. Abdullah already mentioned so many target goals, SDGs. We have 70th goal of the sustainability and how to achieve it. And Prof. Abdullah is already give the example on Malacca City to having the strategy to getting the sustainability city there. So I will focus in the, what we call it as the sustainability and resilience. This is a two almost similar terms actually, but actually it is different. We should make a good understanding about both terms, and then we are trying to transfer that some to the technical terms or measurable indicators. So we can use the issues of sustainability and reliability can be implemented successfully in the infrastructure, particularly when we are designing, constructing, operating, and maintaining the infrastructure system. So I will divide into several parts of my presentation. First is about introduction, and the second I am going to talk about the problem and challenges. And number 3 is about the concept to implementation, how we transfer the sustainable and resilient infrastructure to the implementation part. And other is engineering measurement. It is a very important part because without this engineering measurement, it's impossible to realize the sustainable and resilient infrastructure system. And the last but not the least is about the recommendation. Okay, I will go to the sustainability. I will pass because sustainability is already mentioned before by Prof. Abu Abdullah. Sustainability in terms of the infrastructure. Infrastructure development plays an important role, the key role, in addressing many of sustainability development goals or SDGs, like equitable access to the basic services or basic life, climate change mitigation and resilience, and disaster risk reduction. However, it's not easy for the infrastructure to serve to get that point. Why? Because we still have the limitation in the infrastructure, such as the short term. Usually infrastructure is designed in the short term period. We call it as the project, not in the program, not in the system. So that's one of limitation why infrastructure have a constraint to go to the sustainable and resilience infrastructure. And the second is about the silo-based thinking. It's still, sometimes infrastructure is developed by a certain institution and they don't want to share about their experience to the other institution. And third is failures to incorporate interdependencies, failures to address uncertainty, because uncertainty is quite important, should be considered in our design. So that's why some infrastructure design is avoid that factor, and we go to the big risk of infrastructure after that. And then the unquantifiable risk to investors, and then the last, a lack of the system tools and models. Why? That's why we put the sustainable as an important term embedded in the infrastructure. For what? Actually for overcome those limitations in planning and development. So if the term of infrastructure embedded, sustainable embedded in the infrastructure, actually we have a very comprehensive phase in the infrastructure. Sustainable infrastructure refers to the planning, to the design, construction, operating, and maintenance of the physical structures and systems that maximize climate mitigation and adaptation, promote social equality, and support economic development over the long term of life cycle of the infrastructure. That's a very good terminology, very good terminology. But it is very quite difficult to find it. Why? Because if we want to get the sustainable infrastructure, we should consider at least 6 components inside in the infrastructure. Number 1 is sustainable material. Sustainable infrastructure prioritizes the use of climate positive material. By utilizing recycled and renewable material, infrastructure project can contribute to circularity by reusing material. And incorporating sustainable materials in construction process, it also reduces the carbon footprint related to the material production, conserve natural resources, and reduce reliance of the fossil fuel. So it is very important if we want to make our infrastructure is sustainable, we should have considered to use the sustainable material. And number two is energy efficiencies. This is also another component of the sustainable infrastructure. The building infrastructure is responsible for 40% for global energy consumption and 30% more of greenhouse emission. So it's mean that by integrating advanced technologies, practices, material, infrastructure planning actually can significantly reduce the consumption and associate its greenhouse gas emission. So the energy efficient is plays the important role to having the sustainable infrastructure. Number three is resilient to climate change or disaster. The rise of global temperature has already caused sea level to rise and an increased number of extreme weather events. Climate change poses substantially risk to infrastructure, and to ensure climate resilience and minimize disruption, infrastructure must be designed and built to withstand and adapt the changing weather condition and also to prevent the hazard, protecting our environmental in the process. Number four is about the optimal resources management. By using the material and designing for circularity, we can maximize resources recovery and conservation and promote resource use. Now we are in the state to use what we call as the hybrid infrastructure. What is the hybrid infrastructure? It is a combination between traditional engineering system with the natural infrastructure like a green space, wetlands, permeable surfaces, support innovation and closest to infrastructure gap between the existing infrastructure and new infrastructure needed for a positive impact where we live in the harmony with the environmental. And number five is a sustainable infrastructure investment and social inclusivity. The sustainable infrastructure investment aims to benefit all members of society, including marginalized communities who have been shown to experience the greater impact of the climate change. When it comes to sustainable infrastructure, social inclusivity considers accessibility, affordability, and community engagement in the planning, design, and implementation phases of the construction in infrastructure. Last but not the least, it is long-term planning. Infrastructure development, investor, government, and all stakeholders involved in the construction can start to identify the most sustainable design, the good construction material, maintenance practices, by considering the long-term impact of various areas in the project from inception process to the decommissioning one. So I will discuss more about the life cycle assessment because it is quite important now to have to our stakeholders to changing, to shifting the paradigm from the project orientation to the long-term planning orientation, or we call it as the life cycle assessment phases. And this is about the sustainable infrastructure. How about the resiliency? Resiliency is come from, generally, it's come from the very simple term. In the dictionary, we can find the resiliency is the capacity to strain body to recover its size, its dimension, its shape after deformation caused especially by compressive stress. This is, of course, this is engineering term. But in generally, we can say that the resilience is an ability to recover from or adjust easily to misfortune or change. So based on this terminology, we can make the easier to understand what the significant role the resilient in infrastructure. The resilient is derived from the Latin resilio, is meaning the jump back. It's different with the recover. Recover can be back to the initial stage with slow, with step by step, gradually and slow. But resilient is with a jump back. It means that the rapidity, the fast of the recovery is one of important parameter in the resiliencies. So in the engineering terminology, we call resiliency is the ability of material, in this term is the system of infrastructure, to return to its original shape, original states, original position after getting the deflection, after getting the event of disruption, after getting the hazard or deformation. So, based on this, we make the conclusion from the resilient. What is the resilient in the infrastructure is, the resilient is the ability of the infrastructure system to maintain its demonstrated level of service or to restore itself to the level of service in the specific time frame. This has come from Heslip in 2009. Another definition is more general, is the system ability to accommodate variable and unexpected condition without catastrophic failures. So it's mean that if we have the very good or very resilient infrastructure, it means that the infrastructure, when disaster come, when the disruptions come, so infrastructure can easily to recover to back to initial condition after that. So what the principle in the infrastructure resilient infrastructure? First, resilient infrastructure is indispensable foundation for achieving sustainable development. And the second, infrastructure should provide critical services to community, supporting economic function and serving as the first line of defense against shock and disasters. And number three, what the principle of resilient infrastructure is, as the intensity and frequency of hazard continues to rise, to increase, so disruption to infrastructure system are becoming more frequent, resulting in significant economic, societal costs and losses. And how about the connection between sustainable and resilient? We can look at, in this figure, we can use the four-dimensional perspective to find the relation between sustainable and resilient. Now we can focus in the sustainable infrastructure in the dimension of environmental sustainability. It is in the sub-dimension of this, we can get what we call the criteria for the environmental sustainability, including the climate resilient principle for infrastructure project. There is the project design for low greenhouse gas emission, the assessment of the climate risk and the project resilient design. Number three is project design and system optimization for disaster risk management. And the four is talking about the durability, flexibility, recovery of design element and technological system. So now we can conclude it, what the relationship between the resilient and sustainability. Actually, resilient is a part of the sustainability, with the focus on how the infrastructure of the system has the capacity to remain functionally during the disaster event and complete recover after, as quick as possible after the disaster event. So we are go to the second part, is the problem and challenge. I don't want to go about the number of disaster, the number of the hazard event now. I will go to the impact of the disaster and climate change to the infrastructures. Okay, we go to this one. The circle diagram in the figure illustrates us the relationship between the natural hazard, community asset, and the risk relationship. So three of them have the very close relation. When the natural hazard come, so the natural hazard have the potential impact to the community asset. So that's why it is necessary for us to calculate the relation between the potential, or we call it as the risk. So what about the relation between risk and vulnerability? Risk and vulnerability, both parameter is a very important parameter and very basic tool for infrastructure risk management. Vulnerability is the condition determined by physical, social, economic, and environmental factors or processes that increase susceptibility of the system itself to impact the hazard. Okay, so why the infrastructure is quite important now, and it is one of the main agenda in 70 SDG goal, because we look at in the infrastructure itself, because in one of the infrastructure we call it the critical infrastructure. It means that an asset, a system, a part thereof which is essential for maintenance of vital society function, health, safety, security, economic or social well-being of the people, and destruction of destruction of which will be a significant impact in a certain area because of the failure to maintain those functions. It means that there is very important relation element in the critical infrastructure, as we call it as interdependency. So interdependency is mean that bidirectional relationship between two infrastructure for serving the human life, which state of each infrastructure influence or is correlated of the state to the other. Generally speaking, we can say that interdependency in conceptual simple, it means the connection in different infrastructure in the general system to the system. So it is quite important now, and we can look at this next figure. This is the dimension of describing the infrastructure interdependency complex adaptive system. In this figure, it is show us very complex relationship characteristic by multiple connection among the infrastructure, feedback, feed-forward pathways, interactive, bridging, and topologies. So we should consider this multiple interconnection infrastructure and their interdependency holistically. For this reason, I will use interdependency rather than dependency. And we can look at the example, this is the real example, when the earthquake came in Sumatra Barat in 2009, if I'm not mistaken. So we can look at this figure that the critical infrastructure destroy or failures after the disaster. So it's mean that when the road have the failed, well, the railroad have the failed, the building collapse partially or totally collapse. So it's mean that there is something disruption in the connection between one activity to the other activities. So we need to have the analysis, the good analysis to avoid that. So the solution is we are trying to answer this one. Where are the key vulnerabilities in infrastructure concentrated? It is in the design, it is in the construction process, or it is in the operation and maintenance process. How do interdependency magnify risk to the other system? So we should make sure that, because the infrastructure can be stand alone, can be working individually. Each infrastructure have connection, we call it in the infrastructure system. And last but not the least is about what the wider consequences of infrastructure disruption. Okay, I will jump, I'm sorry, because the time, from the concept to the implementation in the sustainability and resilience in the infrastructure system. Okay, we go to this, okay, we go quickly to this one. So we can look at this figure that in the first original state is look at the figure, I take the example, the railway transportation. The train can operate very good, frequent operate successfully with the design speed and etc. But when the disruption event come to the railway, so it will be the performance of the railway will be decreased significantly until the resilient action plan to make the recovery, to make resilient back to the stable, recoverable state. So this process, we call it the resiliences. So there is 4 points in the resiliency concept in the infrastructure. Number one is robustness. What is the robustness? Robustness is the ability of the infrastructure system and the system element to withstand external shock or disaster or the hazard without any significant loss and performance. This is the character number one for resilient in infrastructure. Number two is redundancy. Redundancy is the extent to which the infrastructure system and the other element inside satisfy and sustain functionally requirement in the event of disturbance from disaster or the hazard. And number three is the parameter of resourcefulness. Resourcefulness is as ability to diagnose and prioritize, to identify the problem, to initiate the solution by monitoring all resources, including economic, technical, and information. And then parameter number four is rapidity. As I mentioned before, the rapidity is quite important in the resiliency. Rapidity is the ability to recover, to contain losses, and avoid a future disruption from disaster and hazard. So we go to the engineering measurement. This is an important point in engineering. How we make the measurement of resilient infrastructure system. We start with this one. This figure shows us the cycle of infrastructure. Actually, infrastructure, when we build infrastructure, it doesn't mean that we build for forever. No. Yeah, infrastructure have lifetime. So I take in a biological term, the biological term life cycle represents as the steady change of an organism undergoes from the birth to the death. So infrastructure is same. Is starting from the birth stage and to the death of the infrastructure. So we call it as the life cycle of infrastructure. This is the important point, because this analysis to give us the important, the fundamental engineering measurement resilient in the infrastructure system. Okay. Next, okay, it's little bit mathematics. Sorry. When the infrastructure is constructed in the beginning, so the system performance of infrastructure in the highest level. So when the disruption event come, so the performance will be decreased. The quality of performance will be go to the lower level. So we call it as the hazard. When the hazard come, the system of infrastructure is trying to resist. So we call it as the robustness. The robustness is like something like the boundary, the lowest level of infrastructure performance system to still give the serving, to still give the function as the infrastructure system after the disaster. After that, the system should jump back to the initial stage. So we call it as the recovering. So recovery is the system of infrastructure performance is trying to increase their performance from the lowest point to the better condition. So when we capture this principle and we write in the mathematical equation, so we will have the function of robustness, and we have the function of the resourcefulness, and we have the function of rapidity. So three of this one is the quite important parameter to draw, to insert in the measurement of resiliency in the infrastructure system. Next, about the solution, how to implement this algorithm in the calculation. So the first, we should calculate the performance. Performance is come from the development concept of as the foundation, as the target goal for the system performance design. So it is quite important in every or each infrastructure should have very clear performance, very clear performance, initial performance, because it will be a baseline target to assess the resiliency in the next step. The second function is stochastic. Disruption hazard is uncertain. So we should insert in our design as a stochastic function to accommodate the disruption, uncertainty of disruption of the hazard. And number three, we should derive the capacity from our infrastructure system. Based on this key element, so we can produce the measurement. This is the very simple mathematical equation or model that we use. The number one is resilience, is the part of the failures and recovery. If it's failures, okay, doesn't matter, the infrastructure will fail. But we should maintain infrastructure not go to the very lowest stage. It still can serve, it still can as a function to give the function in the infrastructure. And then second one in the failures, this is the failures, equation between ratio of the failures and performance. And last but not the least, this is the equation of recovery. It is a recovery scenario from the state when from the lower state of the infrastructure. Yes, 2 minutes more. Okay, this is the implementation of the model. I will go fast from here. So we can make any simulation. If we have the failures event definition, we can have three simulation of the fail: brittle fail, ductile fail, and graceful fail. And also for the recovery, we also can simulate at least 6 types of the recovery. Recovery back to the initial state, or above the initial state, on the lower initial state. So we can calculate this in the infrastructure system actually. And last is how to building resilient infrastructure. If we are talking about, previously we are talking about how to implement in the calculation, and now we consider what the factor to build the resilient infrastructure. Number one, tipping point. We should understand which critical point in our design. So it's quite important to understand, because the critical point, sometimes we find the limitation of our system. The secondly, interconnected system. System is interconnecting each other, not independent infrastructure. Number third, in uncertainty, we should insert the stochastic function in our system of infrastructure. Number four, this is a similar like Professor Abdullah recommendation. This is many stakeholders involved. It's not only engineering term. It needs the economic term, needs the social term, need the psychology term, and so on. And then the trade-off, and last but not the least, monitoring. All right. I will go to recommendation. This is the last part, Bu Ratih, don't worry. All right, this is the factor that how we can maintain our infrastructure sustained and resilient. Time and resources is quite important parameter to have. And number two is stakeholder involvement in the policy making. Without the stakeholder involvement, of course, we cannot have the sustainable and resilient infrastructure. Number three is the most important, is the budget. Because almost we need to add is about 20 until 25% more budget if we want to our infrastructure more resilient and more sustainable. And then the secondly, measurement technology, and the last but not the least is artificial intelligence, big data expert and the system. And this is the example, I will go, yeah, this is an example that we already, we have been done in our laboratory. We are now in working with Ministry of Transportation in Indonesia to have the resilient system in railway infrastructure. So we collect the data almost 4 years from Sumatra to the Java by walking, not by car, by walking and tracking the railway tracks, and then we collect the data, the risk data, the hazard data, the potential hazard we include it in our system, and we play with the artificial intelligence and the expert system to support the policymaker to have the good information about the holistic system in the infrastructure. And this is the technology we also develop collaboration with our laboratory and Ministry of Transportation. We use non-destructive testing to have the performance in the system. And the last one is the extraction database and integrating cloud system for infrastructure performance analysis. So I would like to invite all of you that have the good attention and good interest in this field. Please come and we can collaborate with each other to provide, to have the good, sustainable and resilient infrastructure. And thank you very much for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Prof. Sri Atmaja. We already hear two keynote speakers, Prof. Abdullah talking about sustainable city with the case of Malacca, and Prof. Sri Atmaja has talking about the sustainable infrastructure. He also highlight the importance of resilient infrastructure system, because resilient infrastructure system is indispensable foundation for achieving sustainable development. And both of them highlight about the importance of partnership, collaboration, and the technology advancement. So once again, let's give a big applause for both speakers here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now opening for the question and answer session. To ensure everyone has a chance to participate, please raise your hand if you have any question, and I will call you in order. If you are joining us virtually, please type your question in the chat box, and the committee will compile and send it to me here to read the question from you. We ask that you can keep your question brief and to the point, so we can accommodate as many inquiries as possible. Please state your name and affiliation before asking a question. So please, if there is any question from the floor, one question in the middle and then the others. Okay, second question from the left part and then in the center also. So please, for the committee, can you hand over the microphone? Okay, from the left side first, yeah. Please be brief and mention your name and affiliation.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So my name is Cahyo from Agribusiness, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, and I'm interested with the materials from Professor Sri Atmaja. And this is very interesting about the sustainable infrastructure, since my PhD is talking about the relationship between the infrastructure and also with social activities in the rural livelihood. And Professor Atmaja, I want to have one questions. Do you think you mentioned about the sustainable infrastructure between that you mentioned a lot of dimension. So in your research, do you think that infrastructure is really have a connection and relationship between the social activities, and then what kind of social activities, especially in Indonesia, in your research? And the second questions, this is a common questions in rural area in Indonesia, especially in the village. They always improve the road, but usually how many years the quality of road can be improved? Because you know the budget from the central governments, they can improve the road like every year, but every 6 months or every 4 months after the rainy season, the asphalt on the road become whole again and broken again. So what do you think about that kind of situation in Indonesia, and how we can improve, especially in the village. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you. For the next question will be from the center, the middle here.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Misna. I'm from Faculty of Public Health, Universitas Indonesia. I'm interested in Prof. Abdullah presentations. I think Indonesia and Malaysia have some similarities in geography, climate, and culture. My question is regarding sustainability and communities. How important is the role of the community, more especially in solid waste management? How is the involvement of the local community in waste management program as an effort to improve environmental health in Malacca? That's all my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you from Ibu Misna from Public Health. And then the last question from this side.
Thank you so much. My name is Kekulapi Nyeleket. I'm from Liberia and I study at Universidad Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. I'm from the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, and my question will go to Dr. Abdullah. It's quite similar already, but basically, I would like to ask a question in the context of sustainable cities and also the term sustainability. We as countries from the global south, this is one of the words that we actually struggle with in having or achieving the sustainable development goals by 2030, which seems to be a bit challenging and also impossible for many of the countries in the global south. So in terms of sustainable city, I'm happy to hear that a city from Malaysia has been recognized as a sustainable city. So in terms of collaborative governance, I'm asking from the perspective of governance. How has been Malacca approach in ensuring that the voices and concerns of different groups in terms of the community, in terms of the private sector, in terms of the authorities has been involved in terms of building Malacca as a sustainable city? And what kind of lesson can we learn from Malacca as countries in the global south? What kind of lesson can we learn from Malacca that can be used for implementation in our local countries as well? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We already, can we have another one question? Okay, please. One other question, the last question from front, in front.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Suraya, a senior lecturer from University Technical Malaysia Melaka. I have a question to Prof. Sri. If we can recall that in 2021, we had this a disaster in Suez Canal called Suez Canal disaster, where you have this mega vessel called Evergreen, unfortunately from Malaysia, okay, going to Europe, okay, has obstructed and caused $1 billion waste or cost in global trade along the Suez Canal. So I would like to have your opinion from the perspective of sustainable infrastructure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We already have 4 different questions, and maybe we will start answering from Prof. Abdullah. Yeah, we have 2 questions, at least 2 questions from you. From the first, it is about similarity between Malaysia and Indonesia and how the importance of local community. Yeah.
Okay. We are Nusantara. Malaysia, Brunei, Indonesia. I think I can put it, we have about more than 90% similarity between us. Culture, of course, languages, food, you know. I like to come to Jakarta pagi sore, you know. Nice nasi padang, you know. And the culture, very vast diversity, except that Indonesia is much bigger than Malaysia. Right? You have only like 30 million population. You have more than what, 270 million population. Right? The resources is there. one thing I really look at Indonesia is you have the resources, right? In order for the sustainability, as we mentioned from the day one, why we need sustainability? To make this world a place for us to live in prosperity. Nothing else. Either infrastructure, material, AI, whatnot, to make this world a better living. Right? You asked about Malaysia and Indonesia. This is where the cooperation should be there, right? And I believe that many of our researchers are from Indonesia. And one example is our prof, graduated from UKM from Malaysia. So there is another one of the collaboration for us to have sustainability. Because the word sustainability is, most importantly, is the third part, the social part. Forget about this engineering, forget about this technology, because these are the enablers. I've studied robotics in the 85 when I was first undergraduate. The robotics is still there, but now it's better, right? So for us, for the two countries, the most important thing is the understandable and partnership. Indonesia, as I said, the rich of resources, and Malaysia, as I know that we have quite number of intellectual, see. So for both of us to sustainable, the key word is partnership. Without a partnership, we cannot contribute to the healthy living. As one term here, you cannot live in silo. You cannot live in silo. People need a partnership, people need together. Another point I want to bring it to the industry. In the industry, for example, right? Malaysia, you know that is one of the manufacturer of automotive. Okay? Proton. Till 2019, we cannot go together, we cannot achieve the technology because we need a partnership. That's why now we partnership with Geely, which is China. We come up with a very modern, nice car, very high-tech car. So that is in terms of technology. But in terms of sustainability, as I said, from the Malacca model, there is some keywords that you have to think about it. The environmental, how can we help the economy, and of course, the social. So if both understand, especially we are academicians, we are not politicians. You see, remember? The politician can promise everything over the sky, but we cannot. Why? Because we need data, we need to work, we need measurement. So in order for us to have the sustainability, as I said, we have to sit together, right? Get the right data, get the right people, and most and foremost, the top-down policy. The government have to support. The budget come from them, the infrastructure come from them, you see. Like for example, the road, 6 months, you see, you can see after the rain. Why? That's again, the implementation and the support. So I believe in the achievement of sustainability between Malaysia and Indonesia, we have a great potential. A matter of time that we will achieve the place for us, Malaysia and Indonesia. I think I stop here. Thank you. Waste management. Wow. My brother, waste management is a big problem in Malacca. We have a population just under 1 million. But you cannot imagine how many tons we produce of waste. Not few years ago, the waste management center is only 20 or 15 kilometers from the city center. But now we have moved the waste management further out because the place cannot accommodate anymore. There is so much waste management. Because in Malacca, as I put in my presentation, one of the keywords is the waste management. We need to manage the waste properly. Because why? The output from that, for example, in my area, for example, they come and collect the garbage at least twice a week, twice. And you know how many houses there. And where they want to dump all this waste, right? So we have to, because if we don't manage the waste management, you can see by the roadside, it's ugly. People put all the garbage there, you know. You can see all the fries, all this. Because to be a sustainable way, when people come to Malacca, to make sure that the road is clean, people want to see a proper, you cannot see all this rubbish here and there. You cannot just throw. But most important thing, how to make the bigger, the waste management. So now we have an incineration project in terms of technology. Then probably we have another technology to use biodiversity or biotechnology in order to process the waste management, right? So if you look now, if you come to Malacca, we have the river cruise. 20 years ago, you look at the river cart, people can die inside there. People, everything dump in the river, right? Well, with the new technology, the biotechnology, we have cleaned the river now. People come to Malacca, you must take the cruise ride Malacca River. Because why? We have cleaned the river. Right? Another experience I want to share about waste management, right? And pollution, right? If you go to any industry in Japan, when they dispatch all the waste, right? They ensure that there's a certain level of dispatch. What call it? Mineral they have to throw it away. And you can't believe it. And the big drain, even a fish can live inside that. Even a fish. For us in Malaysia, probably in Indonesia, you put the people, they will die inside that. Right? So the importance of waste management to ensure that the environment is clean, the proper handling of the waste management, and how we dispose economically and environmentally of the waste. Okay, brother? I hope I answer your question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then next to the question for Prof. Sri Atmaja, I think there is 3 questions here.
Three.
Yeah.
Yes, number one is about the relation between the infrastructure and social activities. Of course, there is the close relation or that, strong relation or that. We call it as the critical infrastructure. This is the system or asset in the infrastructure that a part of, therefore, will influence in the functional of the social activities. Without that, without infrastructure, so this will be any disturbance, any hazard in the social hazard itself. About the rural, why we still have the problem with the infrastructure in the rural area? Yeah, because we very expert into constructing something, but we are not expert to maintain. Yeah, we can look at in the budget what we call the budget structure. If we put a lot of money in the construction, but we forget to put a lot of money also in the maintenance, so that's a problem. Actually, that's the main problem. We can build successfully, like the road, like the bridge, like the railway, kereta cepat, and so on. But still remember that if we have so many infrastructure, it means that we should spare so many dollars for maintenance. If not, so it will be disaster. So that's the connection. That's why the quality of the road sometimes, is very worse. Yeah, after 6 months from the construction, it will be destroy, will be failure, something like that. Okay, number 2 is about number 3. Yeah, is about the sustainable infrastructure for disaster. Actually, sustainable infrastructure requires us to have the very good planning, starting from the initiating, starting from the design, and then planning, design, constructing, operating, maintenance. It should be connecting each other. We cannot only focus in design, but we avoid in the construction. We only focus in the construction, but we avoid in the operating maintenance process. All the phases of the construction is very close, and then each other has a very strong relationship. Because if we fail in the design, we not consider the, let's say, the hazard potential, the destruction potential, It can be happen in the maybe 10 years, 20 years, 100 years. So it should be integrated. So we cannot avoid the disaster, of course, because disaster can come suddenly, but we can identify in which area the disaster come and what's the impact of the disaster if it's happened to our infrastructure. That's the point. So the preparedness and the good design and the process of construction is quite important process in the sustainable infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. Let's give a big applause for both speakers. Yeah, this is the end of the question and answer session, and we approach to the end of plenary session. I will not summarize all the material because it's too hard for a social science person here. But then I just want to stressing on the powerful words that already mentioned by both speakers here, Prof. Abdullah and also Prof. Siat Maja. It is about the importance of action plan, partnership, and collaboration. So once again, let's give big applause for the speakers and all the participants for this plenary session. And for the end of this session, I'd like to say thank you for all the participants, the speaker that already attending and contributing to this plenary session. And the last words, keep healthy while you're having your rest of the day. This concludes for this plenary session, and thank you. I give it back to the Master of Ceremony. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, thank you very much to Mrs. Ratih Herningtyas for guiding us in the keynote speech sessions of the 8th International Conference on Sustainable Innovations. And also would like to ask to remain on the stage because we're going to the next event, which is the token of appreciations to our keynote speakers. And we would like to invite to Professor Diah Mutiarin to give the token of appreciations, the placard, to our keynote speaker today. The first placard will be given to Professor Dr. Abdullah.
Please give a big applause. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Abdullah. And the next placard will be given to Professor from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Professor Insinyur Sri Atmaja. Alright, please remain on stage for a photo together. Professor Diah Mutiarin, please remain on stage for photo together. Also, Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Professor Insinyur Sukamta. Alright, so okay, move aside. Ready in 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you very much. You may back to your seat. Once again, we would like to say thank you to Mrs. Ratih Herningtyas and also our keynote speakers for sharing with us today. Professor Dr. Abdullah and also Professor Insinyur Sri Atmaja. Once again, please give a big applause
for our keynote speakers for these plenary sessions.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, there is all the opening ceremony and the plenary session of the 8th Isceie 2024. We would like to deliver our sincere gratitude and feel of honored for your presence and participation in our agenda. Also, we inform you that the closing ceremony of the 8th Isceie will be held tomorrow in the same room on August 8, 2024.
And also, after this, we're going to have a lunch and break for prayers. However, right after the back sessions, we're still here with you to report some sneak peeks of our focal sessions during our event today. So please stay tuned. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, let's close our event today by reciting Hamdallah together.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin.
Good afternoon.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ratu Jaro Dance. Ratu Jaro harmonious movements with Islamic overtones. Ratu Jaro is derived from the words rato, to speak or chat, and jaro, fingers. Thus, this dance has the meaning of reading poetry or telling a story while strumming your fingers. The Ratu Jaro dance portrays the spirit and grace of Aceh's women who have been famed for their strength since antiquity. Brave, never give up, never withdraw, militant, and extremely close with one another.
And also, the Ratu Jaro dance is distinct from the Sama dance. If Saman is only played by men with odd numbers, Ratu Jaro is played by women with even numbers. Pure Saman is presented with hand clapping, chest clapping, and poetry sung by the lifter and performed by the danced.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ratu Jaro Dance.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dengan bismillah. Ci. Segala desa, segala desa, segala desa. Segala puja mewakili Allah, ke Rasulullah selawat tabah. Hei, dikira gadah ingat dunia akhirat han merilek kan di dunia kan di akhirat kebid lazat wate merdike. Amin Allah summa amin urang mukmin berkat rahmat Allah yang bernangga acah makmur sejahtera. Hei, anak raja, hai dalam, hai polem, geset ada lumpur. Adu dengan adu adik sayang, kasih saudara. Anak raja, hai dalam, hai polem, geset ada lumpur. Hei, burak-burak menari, lam atuh rung gunung, lam baca bungong, hai bungong, baca bungong, hai ane di kuah, burak-burak menari, lam atuh rung gunung, Rajalun Raja Barosa Bajan kehne jaksa gampang kamu Berikhlas hati Watan teka bermetua bermebahagia Hoka Raja Lun Betul nepio bak kampungnya Hoka Raja Lun Betul nepio bak kampungnya Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ratu Jarodens, please give a big applause. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You may have a lunch and break prayers and we'll be back at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Berarti bilang.
We would like to inform to all participants you may go to your focal room that has been informed, and for all the university leaders and also ICOSI committee and our distinguished guests, you may go to the A.R. Fahrudin A building, first floor. Thank you.
lain dari mana ini boleh mau bergabung? Ah.
Pokoknya yang mau bergabung bersama kami Cafe Break di sini boleh.
Betul,
ya.
boleh.
Langsung saja, kita dengan senang hati Kak Tata ya.
Iya betul sekali Kak Bait ya, apalagi Cafe Break Entertainment menemani breaknya teman-teman juga ya. Tentunya Bapak Ibu tamu undangan yang sudah hadir tentunya di siang hari ini. Sembari menikmati hidangan yang sudah disediakan. Ada bakso, pempek, ini khas Indonesia.
25 and my love is still together. My love is still trying to get that great big hill of hope for a destination. I realized quickly when I knew I should that the world was made of brotherhood of men, for whatever that means. And so I found some time lying in bed just to get you what's in my head, and now I'm feeling a little peculiar. And so I wake in the morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath and I get real high and I scream from top of my lungs, what's going on? And I say, hey, yeah, 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 hey, yeah, yeah. I say, what's going on? And I say, hey, yeah, 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 hey, yeah, yeah. I say, hey, what's going on? And I try, oh my God, do I try all the time in this institution, and I pray, oh my God, to pray, I pray to see God day for revolution. No, I can't sit down when I'm lying in bed just to get you what's in my head, and I'm feeling a little peculiar. And so I wake in the morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath and I get real high and I scream from top of my lungs, what's going on? And I say, hey, yeah, 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 hey, yeah, yeah. I say, hey, what's going on? And I say, hey, yeah, 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 hey, yeah, yeah. I say, hey, yeah, what's going on? And I say, yeah, 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 hey, yeah, yeah. I say, hey, what's going on? And I say, Father, my love is still trying to get that great big hill of hope for a destination. Terima kasih Indonesia,
Terima kasih kakak. Oh iya.
Ya baik ya, Dokter Awin. Ya, apa namanya karena sudah menyumbangkan 2 lagu di UMY atau Isceie, kita balas satu lagu saja. Kita balas dengan lagu Malaysia, Siti Nurhaliza. Judulnya apa ini Pak? Wajah Kekasih ya. Ku menyaksikan itu. Tapi suara saya biasa. Tapi ini karena menghargai tamu dibalas satu. Ya Mas ya gitu ya Mas. Dengar dulu.
4/4 Ren.
Kayaknya Ibu C deh.
Oh iya, coba dicek.
Menyaksikan dedaun kekeringan gugur ke bumi gersang tiada penghuni tiada mentari awan kesuraman bagaikan waktu yang terhenti. Menyaksikan dan cinta tanpa
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests and distinguished speakers, good afternoon and a very warm welcome to the plenary session of the International Symposium on Civil, Environmental and Infrastructure Engineering 2024. It is a great honor for me to open this prestigious event where experts and professionals from around the world came together to share knowledge, experiences, and innovative ideas in our field. Before we start, let's hear the opening speech from Dr. Taufik Ilham Maulana, the chairman of the International Symposium on Civil, Environmental, and Infrastructure Engineering 2024. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Taufik Ilham Maulana.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Dear distinguished member of Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, and the representative, Vice Dean of Finance and Human Resources, Associate Professor Dr. Wilisdiana. Dear esteemed member of Department of Civil Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Dr. Puji Harsanto. Dear honorable invited keynote speakers, Associate Professor Dr. Mohad Remi Rozaini Mohad Arif Zainal, Dr. Rahmita Sari Rafdinal, and Associate Professor Dr. Wilisdiana. Dear all respective invited guests, co-hosts, and all respective authors and participants, colleagues and the students, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let us express our gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. May salawat and salam be upon to Prophet of Islam Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. It is an honor to welcome you all to the third International Symposium on Civil, Environment and Infrastructure Engineering 2024, ICEIE 2024. I am Taufik Ilham Maulana, the chairperson of this symposium this year. This conference had been conducted twice before. 2019, chaired by Dr. Dian Setiawan, M. And also the second one is chaired by Dr. Pinta Astuti in 2022. First and foremost, I extend my gratitude to the distinguished members of the faculty and department, our esteemed keynote speakers, invited guests, co-hosts, author, participant, colleagues, and students. Your presence here today signifies the importance of our shared commitment to advance the knowledge and collaboration in civil, environmental, and infrastructure engineering. This year, ICEIE 2024 has drawn contribution from around the globe. We have editors representing 5 different countries: Indonesia, Peru, United States of America, South Africa, and Singapore. A total of 79 of papers have been submitted. These contributions come from among countries, Indonesia, South Korea, Malaysia, Pakistan, USA, Thailand, Sri Lanka, Japan, Taiwan, and Iraq. As the chair, I sincerely apologize for any inconveniences you may have encountered during, before, and after the conferences. Our goal is to create an enriching experiences for all participants. I encourage you to immerse yourself in the session, engage in fruitful discussion, and expand your networks. Once again, thank you very much for being part of ICEIE 2024. May this symposium be a platform for meaningful exchanges, new insights, and broaden our networks. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Taufik Ilham Maulana, for the opening speech. Without further ado, let's commence today's session. We are privileged to have one honorable guest and 3 honorable keynote speakers with us today who will share their insights and expertise. Our honorable guest, Professor Suhaman Hamzah from Hasanuddin University. Our first keynote speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Remy Ruzaini Muhammad Arif Zainul from University Sains Malaysia. Our second keynote speaker, Dr. Eng Rahmita Sari Rafdinal from Pre-Stress Mitsubishi Construction. And our third keynote speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Insinyur Willis Diana from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. We are excited to hear from each of these distinguished speakers. And to guide us through this session, we are honored to have Dr. Pinta Astuti as our moderator. Dr. Pinta Astuti will be leading the discussion and Q&A session. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Pinta Astuti. Okay, before that, I would like to ask all of us to take a picture together. Please stand up. Which direction? This one or? Okay, so someone will take picture from this, yeah? Okay. Please, our keynote speaker, for just stand in the chair or what? Please stand up.
Bisa ini mas. Ya. 1, 2, 3 lagi. 1, 2, 3 lagi. 1, 2, 3. Oke.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Dian, for introducing me. So I'm Pinta Astuti. I'm from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, and now I will guiding all of you as a moderator for today's keynote session. And firstly, I would like to welcome to all keynote speaker and participant to the third International Symposium on Civil, Environmental, and Infrastructure Engineering, with theme Frontier Research in Civil Engineering to Enhance Quality of Life in a Changing World. This symposium is a focal conference on Isceie 2024, organized by Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, and it's my pleasure to have this event. And here we have three distinguished keynote speakers. They will share precious knowledge and research experiences in the field of civil or other related to civil engineering. They are Associate Professor Dr. Remy Rozaini Moh Arif Zainal, Deputy Director, River Engineering and Urban Drainage Research Center from University Science Malaysia. Please come to yes. And the second keynote speaker, Dr. Rahmita Sari Rafdinal from PS Mitsubishi Construction, Tokyo, Japan. Please come to front. And the third keynote speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Insinyur Willis Diana from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. On behalf of Isceie 2024 Organizing Committee, I would like to thank you to all keynote speakers that already accept our request to be a keynote speaker in today's conference. We really appreciate your contribution. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we start to the main menu for this conference, I will inform you that today we have three sessions of keynote lectures. Each session consists of 30 minutes presentation, then followed by 10 minutes question and answer. So if participants in this room or in the Zoom room have question, please feel free to raise your hand, and our technical committee will give a microphone to you. And also for the participant in the Zoom room, you can use a raise hand facility, or you can use a chat box to write your question. And later in the Q&A session, we will choose your question. And now we move to the first session. Let me invite our first keynote speaker, Professor Remy Rozaini Moh Arif Zainal. He is a Deputy Director of RIDEC, University Science Malaysia. And today he will share with us his presentation entitled Pioneering Sustainable Drainage System, USM Engineering Campus, Nibong Tebal, Penang. So, yeah, if you have question about his presentation later, then please don't hesitate to raise your hand during a Q&A session. So, now it's time for Prof. Remy for your presentation. So for technical committee, please proceed Prof. Remy presentation. And the time is yours.
Bisa lihat nggak? Bisa.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang kepada teman-teman, rekan-rekan, saudara serumpun. Thank you, Professor Chairperson, for your very nice introduction of myself. And then in this hall, I can see there are many friends. Since the beginning, I'm here, which is I can see Hakas there. Is it Hakas? No? No, not Hakas? Not complete. Oh, I thought it's Hakas. Okay, because he's the LO, right?
LO. He's the one that take care of me during my time. If I'm not mistaken, in 2016. Yeah, 16 or 17, the first time I came here. And then, of course, thanks to my best friend, Prof. Jazal Ehsan. And then my also best friend, there are many best friends here. Today, there are many best friends. He came from Unhas just to see my presentation today. Professor Suharman Hamzah. Yeah. And then, yeah, my also best friend, Dr. Puji. Yeah. And of course, all my best friend, I hope they can be a professor very soon. Okay, very soon. Okay, today I would like to actually not give you a lecture, but a sharing session. Okay, it's just a sharing session. If let's say you have any questions, you can straightly ask me question without waiting for a Q&A session. Okay, because maybe if you are waiting for Q&A session, you will forget what you want to ask. Okay, we can have a two-way communication. It will be easier for me and for you that we can have a very good communication. Okay. Yeah. Without further delay, can you show my slide? Okay. Before I'm waiting for slides, today I would like to, as I mentioned earlier, this is our experience in Malaysia. Okay. Maybe some of you already see, for instance, like, but you already watched this before because I came here last 3 months, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, actually it's the same thing, and I hope that maybe one of the Muhammadiyah campus can do like this system in Indonesia, and you can be the pioneering campus for whole Indonesia. Yeah, maybe some of you that have power that can suggest to your Muhammadiyah administrator, okay, to introduce this system, and you can be the first Muhammadiyah or the first campus in Indonesia that doing this system, and we USM can be your friends that we can collaborate, and of course we can work together to make sure that this happen in Indonesia. Okay. Yeah, as you can see, the title of my presentation today, Pioneering Sustainable Drainage System, meaning that this system is already maybe is older than some of you here inside of this hall, which is since 2001. Since 2001, and how many of you born in 2001? Any? Or later than 2001 or before 2001? Okay, how about you? 2002, you are just 1 year old. Yeah, 1 year old. Okay, means that this already, we already have like this system that pioneering in Malaysia, and is we call it as a pilot project for our nation, for our country. And if I'm not mistaken, you are also developing your new capital city of Indonesia. What's the name? Nusantara, right? Actually, I really hope that Nusantara also involving like a green drainage system, because it's a new place, right? When it's a new place, actually you can adopt like a green drainage system. That what I'm going to tell today. Okay? I hope that you can also do the same thing in Indonesia. Okay, here is my slide. Okay, you guys look at here. I'm looking at that slide. Okay, this is my presentation outline. As you can see, I will tell a little bit about REDEC, River Engineering and Urban Drainage Research Center. Okay, yeah, I'll try to time my presentation. Okay. And then I would like to explain about bioecot concept, bioecological drainage system. If I'm not mistaken, some of you here also did his undergraduate. Actually, she's the same batch as me in the campus. I can saw Norlia. Where is you, Norlia? Ah, yeah, here. Yeah, she's actually my same batch in USM. Okay, we are the one that doing our bachelor degree, which is S1, S1 the engineering campus. We are the one that facing and experience how the campus being developed. Okay, the bioaccord concept, and then experience that we face and way forward that we did not only in our campus but also all over the nation, which is more than 30 projects, whole of the country. And then later on we go for Q&A session. Okay. Now we go to establishment of REDAC. As what you can see, as I mentioned, we starting at 2001. But before that, of course, there are works had been done. Okay, before the campus are there. Okay, 2001, and after that we are become high COE, high center of excellence for our country, which is only about 24 total high COE, high center of excellence in Malaysia. Okay, and we are also become a global COE. Why I've said we are global? Because we are also had been appointed by UNESCO chair for SDG 6. Do you know what is SDG 6? SDG 6 is for water and sanitation. Okay, we are the one leading in the country. Okay, as what you can see here, as what mentioned in this newspaper cutting, USM are the first, okay, university in Malaysia been awarded as UNESCO chair, SDG 6. And then, as you can see, okay, we are ranked, this is, if I'm not mistaken, 2024, because the latest one is 2025. It's already been published, right? But I'm sharing here is 137 in the world, and we are fourth ranked in the world for sustainability. Okay, not only 2023, but for this year, 2024, fourth ranking in 2 years in a row. Okay, but I'm not going to tell about next year because we are a bit decreasing our rank. We become number 8, 2025. Okay. Then we move to next slide. This is our area in REDAC. Of course, as you can see, we have a river management, urban drainage management, hydroinformatics, and also environmental hydrodynamic management. Okay, and of course, it's like a faculty. We did research, we did collaboration with we did a consultation job. Okay, we have many collaborators, not only in the country but also all over the world. Okay, all over the world. And later I will show what is our collaborators, so on and so forth. Okay, I would like to also share our previous project that we involved. Maybe it will give you some insight of what had been done in REDAC. Okay, and maybe in the future I can have like collaborators from Indonesia. Okay, you yourself. Maybe as a student also in the future you will join a company, right? Okay, you will work as a consultant, as a contractor, and maybe because of this event you will think, or you will it will remind you that, oh, this guy can solve your problem in the future. You can contact me. Okay. Okay. These are the some project that we involve. As you can see, it's a bioaccords project. Of course, we had like a certain amount of money. I cannot see clearly. 1.8 million ringgit. I don't know how to convert to rupiah. Okay, maybe you can use Google to help you. Okay. And then we also have like study on river sand mining capacity. This is Professor Jazarul Ihsan expertise. Okay, Professor Jazarul Ihsan, he came to REDAC for 1 month we appoint him as a visiting professor for 1 month in Redek. And I hope Pak Puji also coming. Not only Pak Puji, Pak Suharman also please come to Redek. Okay, actually doing research is not number one, but fishing is number one. And after fishing, we do research. Okay? Yeah? Fishing, eating, yes. That's number one. And after that, we do research. Okay? Because if you do have a good mind, okay, then how you want to do research? Okay? We need to have a good mind, then you can have a good research. Okay? Yeah. Because Pak Ehsan, he had experience fishing, you know udang galah? Udang galah, right? River prawn. Okay? For my first time fishing udang galah, I just got around 5. But Pak Ehsan, for the first time, he got 6. Meaning he's a very lucky guy. Okay? And maybe professional in fishing. Professional. But I think there is another one that are very professional, which is Pak Puji. But we need to test him. Okay? Yeah, validate whether it's correct or not. Because you know, he experienced many activities in Japan. He mentioned to me, and I'm very surprised. Okay? That's another story. I have only about how many minutes? 20 minutes. Okay. Make it faster. These are all experience that we have in our country. Okay, that we did a lot of consultation job and we solved many problems. For instance, flood problem, drainage system problem, so on and so forth. Okay, not only me today, but I also bring 2 staff from Redek. Okay, which is Mr. Fasha, he's an engineer. That also, without them, actually, Redek are nowhere. Okay, and then Mr. Kai here also with us. They are the person that make Redek stronger. Not me, because you know director can be changed at any time. Right? I can go back to my school of civil engineering. But they are still there. To make sure that Redek stronger and stronger year by year. Yeah. Okay, I try to make them burden. Okay? Okay. Now I'm trying to share about the issues. When we understand about the issues, then we try to solve it, right? Okay, we need to understand what issues that we face. Okay, number 1. What I'm trying to share today is like this. Okay. Do you know that the numbers or the amount or the volume of rainfall that we receive are same amount each of the year? Do you know it or not? Our world receive the same amount of rainfall every year. There is no differences between it. Same. But where is pouring at the different places, okay, different amount is different. You understand what I'm trying to say? Meaning the amount is same. This is not what I'm saying. This is what's saying by the hadith, so on and so forth, but also been studied by other researchers. And they mention the same amount each year. And then, what is our responsibility? Our responsibility is how we want to manage this water. Because we already know, right? For instance, like Malaysia, we receive around 3,000 mm rainfall for average rainfall each year. But how about Indonesia? You know also the amount, right? It's like an average amount. But how we manage this water each year? Okay, that's the most important that we need to do, right? Okay, because we know the amount is sometimes a bit different, but sometimes drought, sometimes heavy rain, and so on and so forth. But how we want to manage this? Okay. Okay, then we go to flooding issue. Okay, in Malaysia, as you can see, how many times from the world average rainfall? As you can see, it's about 4.5 times. I think similar right in Indonesia, is it? Because we are in the equator, right? If I'm not mistaken. What I'm telling you is in Malaysia case, which is 4.5 times, okay, higher than world average. We receive a rainfall, okay? Meaning that with this amount of water, we should say that there are no problem of water. Suppose we don't have like a drought issue. Because why? During drought season, we can use all this water, right? But what happened to our country? Did we utilize it or not? The answer is, you know by yourself. Okay? I don't want to answer, but I also know my answer for our country. Okay? Okay. That's why what we do in Malaysia, we need to have a guideline, or not only guideline actually. Okay, I try to compare my experience in Japan. Okay? When I in Japan, I'm very surprised. You know, okay, what is the nearest river here in Jogja? What's the name of the river? Choden? Okay. How about the water quality of river that you have? In terms of not only we talk about the water quality, for instance, like total dissolved oxygen, so on and so forth. We are not saying about that. Just looking at the water. How is it? How about the color? Yes. Visually, what is the color? Brown color. Teh tarik, right? Teh tarik color. Okay. Yeah, it's not a crystal clear color, right? It's like if you ask me to drink, not me, but you ask yourself, you want to drink it or not? But actually the same water you drink after treatment, is it correct or not? Actually the same water in Malaysia, we drink that water after treatment. Okay, because we use this surface water, we call surface water, water from the river, we treat, then we drink. But in Indonesia, you use a groundwater, right? Is it? Yeah, that's why actually when you use groundwater, you don't drink that groundwater. You don't cook the water from the ground that you take, right? You use like a special water that you brought, or you need to have like a special treatment, correct? Yes. Okay? In Malaysia, we can strictly use or drink that water after treatment. Okay? Because around 97% of the water we use is from surface water, not groundwater. In Indonesia, maybe you use groundwater more. Okay. We have like this manual sariran mesra alam, or we can say it's like guidance for us. Of course, in Indonesia also you have. Later I will show. Okay. These are the manual that we use, and we are the one that developing the 3rd edition. This is 2nd edition, as you can see, right? Now we are developing the 3rd edition of this manual. Okay? And then, of course, I'm sure if you do works that related to water, this is the one that you always heard of the terms. SUDS, right? Sustainable Water Resources Concept. These are from these are from US and also Canada. We call it Low Impact Development, LID. Okay? And then WSUD, this is from Australia. Okay? And then SUDS, Sustainable Drainage System, SUDS. And then in Indonesia, I just translate. I don't know whether it's correct or not. Okay? Environmental Oriented Urban Drainage System, EOUDS. This is what you have in your country. Actually, all of these what I'm sharing are the same concept, but the name are different. Okay? The name are different. Have you heard about a sponge city? Do you heard about a sponge city? Or this your first time heard about this term? Okay, sponge. You know sponge concept, right? Sponge will absorb the water. This concept had been introduced in China since 2014. meaning that the water will reuse or recycle again and again. Okay, we reuse. What I'm trying to say is all the names are different, but the concept are similar. Okay, are similar. Okay, for this concept, we are trying to approach with control at source. Okay, for instance, what do you think of, what is the issue why your river color is brown? Any answer of that? Mud, correct. Yes, mud, meaning is eroded from surrounding area, right? Okay, how we want to control that? Meaning we need to do something to control it at source. If we control it at source, there are no brown issue of water in the future. This is what Japanese did. Okay, Japan, what I'm trying to say is they have like a very good attitude that we need to follow them. Okay, if let's say they say the rule is like this, means you just follow the rule. But how about our people? Same. I can say Malaysia, Indonesia, we are same. Okay. Okay, we go faster. These are the bio accord concept. As you can see, we have a detention pond, wetland, okay, bio-retention, water quality pond, so on and so forth. And this is what we have in our campus. Okay, you heard about wetland or not? I don't know what is the words in bahasa Indonesia or tanah bencah. Lahan basah. Okay, this lahan basah or wetland, the function of it is same as our kidney. Kidney is to treat or to make sure the water that going out being treated, right? Same as what we have here, lahar basah. Okay, this wetland, the function is we put all the plants to absorb the pollutant. Okay, for instance, like heavy metal, so on and so forth, will be treated by the specific types of plant. Okay, that is the function of wetland. Okay, there's other. This is what you can see in our campus. In our campus. Pak Ihsan already been here. Okay, we control it at source, meaning we try to make sure that the water, in terms of quality and quantity, being controlled. Quality means before it's going to this. What happened? Okay, before it's going to this brownish color of river, the water are clean and going to this river, meaning we control it at source. Not only that, we also control the volume of the water before it's going downstream, meaning that we try to reduce amount of water that can be flooded at the downstream. Okay, that is the way of control at source happening inside of this campus. And now we are submitting, okay, to UNESCO to have like a eco hydrology demo site. We are submitting the form and we hope that we get that certificate soon from UNESCO. Okay, these are what we have inside of our campus. I don't have many time. Okay, these are like a living lab. When you entering this campus, it's like your lab. Okay, you can feel and experience it by yourself. Okay, what we have inside of this campus. Actually, not only we as a human enjoying the environment, but what are very interesting to know about this. Okay, these are all photos of our campus. I make it faster. Okay, the concept, the everything that we have, retention pond, detention pond. Okay, inside of our campus, many activities that can be done. Okay, kayaking, fishing, so on and so forth. Okay, and these are the most attractive thing. Migrated birds are coming not only from China, but also come from Europe, come from Japan, come from any other countries in the world to see me. Okay? Yeah. Now we are trying to make a book. One book, we call it as a coffee table book, to collect all data, all of these birds that coming from all over the world. Okay? We try to have like this data and give to visitors in the future. Okay? And of course, it's very interesting, you know, very interesting to know that not only you enjoy inside of this campus, but also birds are also enjoying. Okay? As you can see here, these are hooper. Hooper in bahasa we call it apa? Hut-hut. Hut-hut. Tahu kan burung hut-hut? Ini adalah national birds of Israel. Maybe you don't know, but I'm telling you. Okay, these hut-hut are national birds of Israel. Okay? Meaning that what? What I'm trying to say is these birds are traveling, you know? Yeah, maybe that from that African country, European, so on and so forth. Okay? They are there in our, yeah? Phoenix? No, it's not Phoenix. Yeah. Okay? I think it's also here in Indonesia, right? I think, but I don't know. Okay, yeah, there are many activities as what I can say, but now I would like to share about what we have already shared to our nation. Okay, there are many visitors that coming. There are many. What can I say? Every week, visitors are coming to our place. Okay, because why? Because we want to share. Okay, we don't want to keep it by ourselves, but we want to share with others. Okay, this is a successful application of bioaccords that we have. We implement this in the hospital, okay, in the clinic, okay, this is a clinic that we have. You see as a green drainage system, okay, and from this system the water been treated by a nature-based way or nature-based solution. Okay.
Prof. Remy, sorry, 5 minutes remaining.
Okay. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm just showing my slides, and there are many actually. Okay, ground drainage system that we have in the field, and from the water that we collect from the field, we watering the field during a drought season. Okay, these are the concept that we have, and we implement it outside of our campus. Okay, I think that's all. They are short video, but what I'm trying to say, the water that we storage underneath of the field are being used during a drought season. I think that's all from me. Thank you very much. Do you have any question? Please raise up your hand, and I will try to answer your question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Remy. So now I would like to invite maybe some question from the floors. Is there any question? Or from room in the Zoom, maybe? Is there any question from the Zoom? Okay, yes, please. Maybe for our technical committee, please. Perfect. Microphone to.
Microphone.
Yes, please introduce yourself and.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Alfian Saleh. I'm from Riau province. I interest about topic Prof Remy. I have any questions? Maybe one questions. How about the pet area in the and in the Riau province in land is a pit area.
What
Nah,
area?
Pit
Oh, pit.
pit
Okay.
area.
Yeah.
Gambut. Nah, apakah this treatment how treatment this water pit area? Thank you.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you about your interesting question. Okay, just to share with you, what we have in our campus is a marine clay. Do you know what is the characteristics of clay? The water cannot go through the soil, right? Because it's a type of marine clay that we have underneath of the campus. Okay, what we do is we top up with a topsoil. Okay, we top up with a topsoil. If I'm not mistaken, not more than 3 meters. It's about 2.2, 2.3 meters from the bed that we have. Okay, because that area is being filled by a palm oil. Sawit kan? Yeah, sawit. That area. Okay, and that area is below of the sea water level. Our campus is below of sea water level. That's why we need to top up. Okay, we top up topsoil. Okay, before the building are there in the campus. Okay, meaning that to answer your question, okay, we need to do that. Of course, you need to spend some money. Okay, to make sure that it can be implemented well. Okay, otherwise the system will be fail. Of course, we need to understand about the characteristics of soil that we have before we can implement the system that been introduced. Okay, hope answer your question. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Maybe is that one? Oh,
Okay.
actually 2 questions from.
Oh, Pak Setiawan, is it?
Okay. Maybe after Ibu.
Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam.
My name is Ulpa Fitriati. I came from Universitas Samung Mangkurat, Banjarmasin. Okay. I have a question. I have water resources too.
Oh, okay. The background.
In Indonesia, we have limited station in climatology, very limited. So in Malaysia, you use from
Government.
data rainfall from satellite or ground.
Oh, okay.
In Indonesia, we have very limited
Okay, I
station
understand.
in ground.
Okay,
thank you.
Yeah. Okay. What we did in Malaysia, of course, data is very important, right? Okay, because from the data, then we can analyze and do other works after that. Okay, to answer that, in Malaysia, of course, we have some stations at every state we have. Every state that we have 14 states in Malaysia, and of course there are, if I'm not mistaken, there are hundreds of stations. Malaysia is not so huge. Okay, Malaysia is not so huge, but it depends on the area itself, the area. Let's say the data that you need is not covered. Okay, Indonesia is very huge, right? You cannot cover all station put at each places. Okay, we have this data for we need to calibrate the data that we have, and from there we do the simulation or we do the calibration and validation process. That is what we can do. Of course, there are places that we want to study not covered, but what we do is we do a validation and or simulation to cover that area that we don't have a good data. Okay, hope to answer your questions. Okay.
Okay,
course,
thank you.
Yeah.
Already complete?
Okay, just to add some more. Of course, during our project, for instance, there are some places are very remote. Okay, are very remote. But say some place, if let's say the duration of the project is longer, then we can just put our station, like a rainfall station, so on and so forth. Because some of the data we need to have like that for, let's say, maybe not for 1 year, but maybe for 6 months, so on and so forth. Okay, we just want to have like some preliminary data that we can project. You understand? Because now it's already a AI world, right? We need to have like that limited data to process. Okay, hope to answer your question. Okay.
Okay, maybe for the last short question from Pak Nur Setiawan.
Yes. Yes.
USM size, I mean, if you can give like a suggestion or recommendation, what techniques or method of sustainable urban drainage system actually suitable implemented in this area?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Nur Setiawan. I'm waiting him to come to Redact actually.
Oh, yes, I will. I will.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, Pak Nur, we discussed before, right, regarding what kind of issues that we can do in this campus. Of course, this Muhammadiyah is a sustainable campus, had been promoted and also mentioned. Okay, of course, we need to show what is our sustainable in terms of what we claim. Okay, for instance, correct what you said. The area is very important. Okay, but if we don't have area, what else that we can do? Of course, we can use technology to help us, right? But whether we want to spend for that or not, you get what I'm trying to say, right? Okay, we need, of course, some things that we need to spend to make sure that it can be treated. For instance, like a pond that you have near the mosque, right? Yeah, of course, because that is a grey water that coming from your cafeteria. Okay, it's need like a system. Of course, it cannot do like a very conventional one. You need to have like a treatment. Okay, maybe by using a chemical, so on and so forth. Okay, and of course, when you use this chemical and this process, you need to have like some sort of money. Okay, that's number one to answer you. Number two, as what I'm saying here, there are like a huge package of sustainable, right? Our campus. Maybe you can just implement some sort of what I'm showing. Because of course in the manual there are many things that we can do. For instance, like a green roof system, okay? And then retention pond, okay? Your football field can be converted, okay? You retain some sort of water during a rainy season and the water can be used again. That is also some things that you can do. But the question is whether you want to spend or not. Okay? Hope to answer your question. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the time is up, and thank you very much for Prof. Remy presentation. I think it's very nice presentation, and once again, please give big applause for Prof. Remy. Okay, now we move to our second keynote speaker. I would like to invite Dr. Rahmita Sari Rafdinal from PS Mitsubishi Construction, Japan. And the time is yours.
Okay, selamat siang. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay. Thank you very much for the time actually for the committee to have me this afternoon to give presentation. Yeah, we can call this presentation, but for me it is like a sharing for all of you. So, okay. Okay. Is it not working? Wait a minute. Yes, okay. Okay, first, it is not the first time for me to come here to Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta campus. Actually, it is the fourth one. So if Professor Remy has a best friend, I also have the best friend here. So my best friend is here, Miss Pinta Astuti. So yeah, because of her, I can have the new best friend here, such as Miss Willis and another of civil engineering lecturers, and also a student. Yes, yeah. It is the first. It is the fourth. The first and the second one I attending the guest lecture from Miss Pinta lectures, and the third one yesterday. From the first and the second, and as a guest lecture, I share about the corrosion or repair concrete. And surprisingly, yesterday, yeah, actually I feel amazing. It is the first time I can see my dream come true through the research of the college student here under the Miss Pinta supervision regarding the concrete repair. So I can say that it is the first research on it in Indonesia. Yeah, you must so proud of her. Okay, so okay, let's remove. Wait. Yes, sir. No, it is not working. Okay, so let me introduce myself just for a second. So, as you can see from this slide, my name is Rahmita Sari Rafdina. You can call me Sari. I am Indonesian. Yes, I'm Indonesian. I come from Padang, so totally I'm 100% Indonesian. Why I must say that? Because during I stay in overseas, so many people think that or thought that I'm Malaysian or I'm Egyptian instead of Indonesian. But it is okay. Yeah? It is okay. So my affiliation is one of the top leading construction company in Japan, PS Construction Company. Previously, the name is PS Mitsubishi Company, one of the Mitsubishi group in the construction field. So I work as research engineer. What is the research engineer? I will give you a summary briefly, and maybe after this you will see the relate of my presentation with my background in my working. Research engineer is two words, the meaning researcher and engineer. So researcher is, as researcher, I must create the technology that I can implement in the waste structure, which means that the research must be create a money, yes? So we cannot conduct the research that just can save in the storage of library, the result. It is the first one. And then as an engineer, I must come to the construction site, implement it, and teach it to the other people, transfer technology regarding of my technology on behalf of my company. So that is the research engineer. Yeah, so lucky one, yeah, I come to Indonesia on behalf of my company to transfer our knowledge regarding the maintenance technology, collaboration between Japan and Indonesia. Yeah, so okay, it is just a brief. No need to, okay, wait, Okay, in this today, I would like to share you about the anti-corrosion management system for a bridge structure. So in this time, I would like to show you about what is the current innovation regarding the concrete repair for the bridge structure, and what is the how to monitoring this, and what is the future collaboration between the implementation and fundamental research. As the committee asked me to give the topic related to the frontier research means that development or fundamental research that we conduct in laboratory and how to implement it in the real structure. So maybe as civil engineer, most of us here is civil engineer, right? So you can imagine that between academic or industry, there is a gap. Gap means that academic is rocketed due to the so many cases they face in the real structure, and in another hand, for example, I'm sorry, how to say that, lecturer, due to that limitation of cases, so frontier is bigger. So in this time, I would like to show you how to break up this boundary regarding the anti-corrosion management system. So most of all already, I think not all of us are common with the corrosion word, right? Korosi in Bahasa we call it korosi. So okay, I will show you. Okay, in this slide I will show you about what is the recent corrosion. What is the corrosion? So in our mind, corrosion is such as like how to say it, the black color or the dark brown color in the rebar, right? Yeah, you're right. That is a corrosion. In this time, I take one example for Indonesia, for easily to us to understand about what happened outside in our beach. Actually, Indonesia archipelago, right? So our country is surrounding by sea environment, and we face garam, chloride or chloride, we call it in English, which is give the impact to the damage of the bridge. We have almost 20,000 national bridge in Indonesia, and only 1% in the good condition, 1% in collapse, and rest of them is under deterioration condition. Deteriorate means that it is in slightly or medium or in the hard condition. That is the fact of bridge structure in Indonesia. And if we talk about the stress, not only a human has a stress. So you can imagine if we have a stress, we will feel not well, and how to say it, we will feel like aging, the same as like for the concrete structure. So what is the cause of concrete has a stress? That such kind of stress is same like human, a feeling that caused by water. So the most silent killer of the concrete structure, especially bridge or the pore or jetty, is the chloride contamination ingress that come from the seawater or river to the concrete structure. So concrete structure has a pore like our skin. We have a pore. The water is come to the pore. And for example, if we have a pore and the pore come to our bone, same like the rebar. The water come to the pore of concrete and it is attached the bone of concrete, namely rebar. And if there is no maintenance, no repair, and concrete will face a stress. So same like us. If we don't give a moisturizer or foundation to our face, or we don't take a supplement or medicine as anti-aging for our bone, and we will face aging. So I can say that infrastructure, even they are not a human, they also face a stress same like us. Their face is, especially for concrete structure, is corrosion, like this. Yeah, so it is just a brief overview to understand how harmful of the corrosion to the concrete structure, like aging in our human body. Okay, let's move. As I explained before, the stress result in concrete structure will be a corrosion, corroded in the rebar. So if the construction result is not good, design is not good, and it faces the extreme environmental condition, and corrosion will be occur. Low cost of maintenance and no maintenance, so it will be easily to find, especially in Indonesia. I don't want to say that my country has a bad infrastructure condition, but it is just example cases that we must receive whatever the situation. And yeah, it is the two national bridges that I observed by myself regarding the condition of corrosion. It is the new bridge. Yeah, it is a face extreme salt attack condition, and yeah, here the bridge in the very bad condition regarding corrosion. And also we have, most of us know about the Suramadu Bridge, right? So even the prestigious bridge in Indonesia, namely Suramadu Bridge, it also face the same condition like another small bridge. They have a crack, they have corrosion, they have spoiling, everything. All the defect in the concrete structure, Suramadu also face it. But it's still working. Yes, it is working. But they're not okay. It is okay on the top, but not okay under the bridge. So if you have a time and want to see under the bridge, you can see Suramadu is not okay. But I'm sorry, regarding the confidentiality data, I cannot share you, but I just can show you the summary. It is not okay. Okay, also Barelang Bridge. It is one of the prestigious bridge in Indonesia. It is in Batam area. And yeah, same like Suramadu, unfortunately it faces corroded. It has corroded and it faces corrosion. What is corrosion? Yeah, here. It is the face, the beautiful face of corrosion. Yeah, beautiful before we give moisturizer, foundation, and pump it like a powder to close it by patch repair, like that. So it is the real face of corrosion, a silent killer for infrastructure. Okay. Yeah, as I told you before that what is corrosion. Yeah, you already hear from my previous explanation about the corrosion. So I show you one, one graph that created by GSCE standard, Japan Society Civil Engineer Standard. It's regarding the corrosion and how it can be a silent killer for us. As you can see here, 1, 2, 3, 4. And if here is not so clear, but I can say to you that if there is a circle brown, that is corrosion, rust corrosion. And if we cannot assess that corrosion already occur inside, no maintenance, and then crack will be occurred due to the expand of the rust. No maintenance, and then spoiling will be occurs. So it will decrease the surface life of the structure. So there is one question between corrosion and crack, which one is come first, corrosion or crack? Crack or corrosion? So from this slide, I can show you that both of the opinion is right. It is acceptable. But the most important step that we must highlight is corrosion make a crack to the concrete structure. Corrosion make a crack to concrete structure. So if you want to check the reliability or the condition of a concrete structure, just looking for a crack. If there is a crack, it means the condition of structure not in good condition. In another hand, if crack make the corrosion occur, it is also correct. For example, if the jetty or the bridge attack or punched by ship and external load make a crack to the structure and there is no repair on it, and then corrosion will be occurs. So both of the situation is okay. We can accept that. Okay, wait. And the next question, with all the condition, corrosion, silent killer, and so on, for the marking of corrosion, and how we repair it. How we repair it. Maybe as civil engineer, you already comment with how to repair it, but I will bring you to another piece, another overview, how to repair it recently. So basically, there are four fundamental concrete repair here. So we will repair a rebar, right? A rebar. So there are four fundamental process and repair area. First, we repair the bonding between the rebar and the concrete. And the second one, we close it. We give the new concrete to close the hole or spalling. And the second, we close it. We not close it. Yeah, close it, but it's like a cushion. If in the cosmetic, it's like a filler. Yeah, to make a smoothing. And the last one, after we give repair inside and close it as smooth a filler, and then we protect it as a vitamin, for example, for our body, right? So we give vitamin or we give additional medicine to the concrete structure. We call it concrete protection. Okay. What I would like to, Okay, it's just a small overview about the reinforcement corrosion protection and bonding primer. As you can see here, bonding primer is one kind of the latest technology in safeguards corrosion to concrete structure. So many material that we can easily find in Indonesia right now. And the second one is repair mortar. It is very common technology, but it has so many new development type of material that we can use to close the spalling as repair mortaring. And the third one is, as I told you, that smoothing mortar and pore sealer. It is to make it smooth and like a protection to them, but it is very thin, like we in Indonesia, coated or coating. And the last one, it is around 2 decades in overseas, for example in Japan. We actively to use corrosion protection. There are 4 corrosion protection we use right now in concrete repair technology. As you can see here that there is active corrosion inhibitor here. And the second one, passive corrosion, protective coating, cathodic protection. Wow, what is that, Mom? All of that step 4 corrosion protection type is so weird in our hearing to hear that, and maybe the first time for you also to see that. So easily I make a graph to easily to understand it. Okay, active corrosion inhibitor, what is it? So this technology protect the corrosion inside the rebar just by spraying the coating material on the concrete surface, and it will ingress a fine by themselves to the rebar inside and protect it. It is very attractive and advanced technology. You can imagine how the researcher, how the engineer find this material from the outside to inside. Yeah, and the second one, it is same like active corrosion inhibitor actually, but the second one is, we call it passive corrosion inhibitor. What is the difference with the active? If the active directly from outside to inside of the concrete, but for the passive, they just give a boundary in surface only. So they can extract the water from the concrete, inside the concrete, extract it to outside of the concrete surface, and then they also like a shield to the chloride that want to come to concrete surface. Yeah, there is two type of new technology that now develop increasingly. And the third one, the same like an active and passive, we call it protective coating. Yeah, protective coating. Same like active and passive, but for the protective coating, they have a double layer to protect. So yeah, if we compare the cost, yeah, of course it is more costly than the active and passive. And okay, the last one is cathodic protection. What is it, Mom? So the last one is cathodic protection. It is the new technology in Indonesia. Yeah, we can say that new because there is no application about this technology until we, Japan, come to here to bring this technology. Yeah. So what is the cathodic protection? Cathodic protection is a kind of technology that, how to say, give protection to the rebar by sacrifice themselves. So like for example, sacrifice means that the material of cathodic protection deliver a current or how to say that easily, protective to the rebar inside, and they absorb the corrosion. So sacrifice, mengkorbankan diri kalau dalam bahasa artinya. Jadi okay, I will explain. Sorry for the overseas people. I will explain in Indonesia for easily to you understand because it is very technical word. So cathodic proteksi ini, Pak, Bu, rekan-rekan sekalian, dia menyerap korosi yang terjadi di dalam beton, kemudian dia mengkeep korosi itu di badannya. Artinya dia mengorbankan dirinya asalkan si tulangan tadi itu membaik. Jadi apa ya? Seperti mengungkapkan kasih sayang ya. We love each other, we sacrifice like that. Ya, apapun kita lakukan asalkan yang kita cintai bahagia. That is the concept. Yeah, you can understand now easily, right? That is the concept of cathodic. Ya, katodik sangat mencintai ribarnya lagi sakit, diambil sakitnya, ditahan oleh dia sendiri. Nah, ribar membaik. Yang katodiknya tadi bagaimana? Ya, degradasi, karena itu tadi dia sacrifice, mengorbankan dirinya. Ya, nah itu konsep yang umum. Ya, oke, we will use in English again. Sorry, sir. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, that is cathodic. And Miss Pinta already has this kind of research in Muhammadiyah University right now. I'm so proud of her about that. Okay, now we come to the next step about how to maintain and how to monitoring the deterioration condition in concrete structure from the repair concrete point of view. Okay. I will show you the common repair that not conducted by in Indonesia, but for example Japan, they also conduct this kind of common repair such as patching. Okay. And what is the weakness of this method? The weakness is, of course, we cannot control the corrosion and deterioration occurs again and again. And how to say it? We cannot control the steel corrosion. And yeah, we must accept the facts that even we already repair it, as you can see here, even we already patching this, but the corrosion, the rate of corrosion still occur inside. So that is the challenge for us, how to decrease it. Okay, wait. Okay, I will show you new insight in concrete repair that we conduct now in the real structure. We call it partial repair or hybrid repair. Partial or hybrid mean that we design two type of repair in the same structure. For example, in this Cikoneng Bridge, it is in Indonesia, we combine patching and cathodic. Same like in our body, we give vitamin, we give anti-aging, and then we took a health, we consume a health food. Yeah, same like this. And okay. Okay, yeah, it is, yeah, I will hurry. It is still the new insight of technology in concrete repair. We call it cathodic corrosion protection or CCP. And it is one of the bridge, very old bridge. It is around 71 years old in Hyogo Prefecture in Japan. And now it is, it use CCP as the repair. And we develop monitoring this by 100 millifor decay. Yeah, it is yeah, I show you how to monitoring this. So one is the weakness in Indonesia repair is we just apply the repair, apply, but we don't have any kind method to monitoring. We have the method, but we ignore it. So right now, the authority, the ministry, PUPR, start to use a standard to monitoring this. For example, by CCP, we use the international code by using 100 millifor. So it is a kind of monitoring and maintenance system. So monitoring and maintenance, it is not just only for come to the site and check it, no. It is about observation, the treasure. What is the treasure? The treasure is data. Data before the repair and data after the repair. That is the treasure. And yeah, okay, I will hurry. It is the corrosion monitoring technology development. Yeah, recently we use human powerman, yeah, to come to the structure and to check it. And of course, it's costly and time consumption. And now, due to IoT, Internet on Thing, yeah, all in monitoring also we use the new concept by internet based, which is by one system we can observe so many infrastructure. And yeah, I show you one of the technology that I developed by my team in Japan. It is IoT based system. We use embeddable sensor to put inside the concrete, and we can, by this sensor and IoT, we can observe the condition of structure, time dependency every day. So it is the one very famous advantage about the monitoring system by IoT. And okay, I just show you one of the first cathodic protection application for long span bridge in Indonesia by using 100% local material. So the frontier research in Indonesia now is already broken one, yeah, by our collaboration research and work by the authority ministry, we develop the local material to repair the Suramadu Bridge. And it is the corrosion monitoring by IoT system in Suramadu Bridge. Yeah, it show you the real-time data. I can monitoring the real-time data of Suramadu every day by this system. Yeah. And yeah, okay, about the frontier research, in this slide I would like to show you about the future collaboration in invention. because as I told you before, research and engineer and academic must be work together to find or new technology in repair concrete in the future. Okay. Yeah, in project phase, we cannot ignore the collaboration or participant between government, industry, and academic. In concrete repair also, we must have it. In Indonesia, actually, it's already occurs. We have it, but maybe still not one, how to say, developed with wide. And also in project phases, not only about the research, we also can conduct together assessment in the bridge structure, for example, to check the condition, the bridge structure in the site by the non-destructive test or by laboratory. So it's kind of the collaboration and invention as well. And okay, about the material and technology, as you know that I developed the monitoring system. I am civil engineer, right? But I cannot use the language computer to develop my algorithm. So my algorithm just can be developed by computational engineering. So in this case, all the, how to say it, cross-disciplinary must work together to develop the material and technology in the future regarding the concrete repair. So we cannot stand by ourselves only. We must work with another disciplinary. Yeah, it is just example of the collaboration that occurs between my company in Japan and Indonesian ministry. And what is we've get last year is about technology clearing. So in Japan side, they get technology clearing, but in Indonesian side, they get technology transfer. Technology transfer, new application, and another technology transfer regarding the development, local material, and so on. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So in my last word in standing in front of you today, I just can put one of my insight regarding future repair technology invention. As we very welcome with the teamwork, because as you know that with together we can achieve more. That is true. So even in Japan we have so many less technology, but we also need Indonesia to more develop it, to more to find the good material, because based on our experience, Indonesian local material, for example, for cathodic protection, it has the same level performance with Japan material. So you can imagine that our future collaboration regarding the frontier research in civil engineering in the future is really needed for enhancing our sustainable infrastructure. So yeah, that is my presentation regarding the anti-corrosion management system. Yeah, I know it is maybe most of you the first time to hear about the corrosion, but I hope that from my presentation it can be a new insight for you in the future in your own field regarding to develop the concrete repair methods. Okay, thank you. I give my mic again to Ms. Pinta. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Rahmita Sari. Now I'm going to invite some question from the floor. Okay.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Dr. Nur Mahmud.
Pakai bahasa juga boleh, Ibu.
Yes, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Nur Mahmuda from Civil Engineering Department, especially from the Master Program of Civil Engineering. Yeah, it's very nice presentations, and actually I wonder, is there any improvement for the repairing for the concrete, especially in Indonesia? How about the stage or the percentage of defect or the deterioration of the condition, the concrete could be repaired? Is there any specific, is there any criteria for the repairing? In which condition or in which percentage the concrete could be repaired? And last one about the cost. Is it worth? How about the cost? Is it really can save the money for the repairing, or is it better to build the new one? Thank you.
Okay, both. Thank you for your very interesting question. So maybe I will answer consecutively. So first about the repair method. Actually, we in Indonesia right now, frankly speaking, unfortunately, we just apply, especially for bridge structure. Yes, we just have the common repair on it. So Bina Marga, regarding for the authority for the bridge, they just do the repair by the common method: patching, coating, painting. About the cost, yeah, they have a lot of cost item for that. But regarding the boundary to accept that there is a new technology on it, they denied it, and then they just follow the same repair on it. So that is the common condition right now in Indonesia. Kalau ada orang PU di sini mungkin saya kena marah ya, Bu. But almost 5 years I work together with them. Yeah, I can confidently say it like that. For concrete structure, concrete bridge structure, they just have the common repair.
Could you please assess, just give a percentage of the defect of concrete condition? Actually.
For the defect, if we talk about the defect, for example, just a crack, they just painting. For example, the spoiling, sometimes they also just a painting, not a patching.
Okay.
And also for about the stakeholder on it, actually in Indonesia we have so many giant stakeholder regarding the material of repair, such as Isceie, BASF, and another giant company on it. But yeah, of course the cost is high. The cost is expensive. But the service life increasing due to this repair material that very expensive is also high, ma'am. For example, one cathodic protection can enhance and can increase the service life up to 15 years,
15 years,
20 years, 30 years. Depends on the corrosion condition, initial corrosion condition, because different bridge, different initial condition, right? And if we compare it, yeah, it is very expensive. And if we compare with painting, yeah, it's so cheap and easily to apply, right? But if we Bina Marga apply the painting this year, next year they will painting again and painting again, but the crack occurs again, deterioration occurs again, and it's not a finish. So yeah, that is the true situation in our country. Sad to say that, but I must tell the true one. Yeah, if we talk about the repair, it is costly. How about compare make the new one? A standard already organized it, ma'am, about the how and when demolish can be occur. So if the condition still up to the spoiling, normally it will keep by repair, maintenance, and monitoring.
Okay, thank you. In number, how many bridges that use the method or use the technology as you presented today?
Okay, if we talk about cathodic protection, for example, in Indonesia we just have 4. One Cikoneng, one is in the West Java area, 2 in the Banten area, and the last one is Suramadu. Suramadu is the first bridge, long span bridge in Indonesia that use cathodic in concrete structure. Actually, cathodic also they use it in the pile, but it is pile, not for concrete structure. It's totally different, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question. Okay. Is there any other question? Yes? Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Alhassan Zuleha from the Department of Civil Engineering, specifically bachelors. First of all, I would like to thank you for this wonderful lecture. My question has to do with the inhibitors and the coatings. Does these inhibitors and coatings have a side effect on the concrete? And even though like it's beneficial for the protection, and if it does, isn't it possible that like before the construction, there's a way to mix up the inhibitors and coatings with the concrete before building the structure? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. Yeah, actually corrosion protection can be conducted in two ways. One is for new structure and the second one is for existing structure. If we apply it in a new structure, it will become as prevention, corrosion prevention. Costly, yes, but it's already, how to say, maintain the structure from the beginning of exposure time. And the second one is existing. Yeah, of course, for existing, we can do the corrosion protection. So actually all the repair method, all the maintenance method, whatever it is, we can conduct in new structure and in existing structure. So depends on the owner how to manage, how they want to manage the infrastructure, because it's related to the cost and it's related to the number of service life. Yeah, the aging of structure. So yeah, all the method can be done, can be do in the before and after. Yeah, of course the good one is before, right? Yeah, but yeah, we will talk about the cost about that. But it is not only about the cost, right? It is regarding the safeguards, the safety. So depends on engineer judgment for that. If the structure is face very extreme condition, then as engineer, we must propose to the owner that, okay, owner, you must put the prevention on it before it's starting to use. Okay. I hope my answer can satisfy you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the time is up, and please give a
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, now we move to the last keynote speaker, Dr. Willis Diana. I think 30 minutes is enough for Dr. Willis Diana presentation. Okay, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Actually, we only have 10 minutes. I will. Maybe I stand here for complete this symposium. Our lecture require one local presenter for the parallelization, and all my friends sacrificed me. So I don't know how to present how to Mas Taufik. Mas Taufik, what should I talk to the plenary decision? And Mbak Pinta says you will. I will give you 10 minutes for presentation, and maybe I will give a quick presentation. This is our research about fly ash geopolymer application for the soil stabilization. As we know, fly ash geopolymer usually used to substitute Portland cement to the concrete, and this is for the soil stabilization. Mr. Bu Sari and Dr. Remy talk about draination, Bu Sari talk about corrosion, and I will talk about the geotechnical engineering, especially for soil stabilization. As we know, soil stabilization is used to enhance the characteristic of soil properties to make the soil more stable, have a higher shear strength and the durability. But the traditional soil stabilization use lime or Portland cement have limitation, such environmental impact and long-term performance issue. So we need innovative material, offer the sustainable and efficient alternative. In this occasion, I use the waste material from PLTU. We used to call PLTU power plant. That is fly ash. Fly ash is a byproduct of coal combustion, known for its pozzolanic property, making the geopolymer technology involve the use of aluminosilicate material that activate by alkali activator. Usually we use alkali activator such as sodium or potassium. What is fly ash? Anyone know fly ash? Fly ash, or in Indonesia we use to call it abu terbang. Why we call it terbang? Because it's a very fine, small particle material, but they contain alumina and silica that can be used as a pozzolanic material. And in Indonesia, we have many power plant that product of fly ash. And annually in Indonesia, we produce fly ash about 100 ton every year. So if we can use it it can be a problem. Fly ash primarily consists of silica and alumina and the calcium oxide. Then that can be pozzolanic properties. It means that fly ash can react with calcium hydroxide to the presence of water to form a compound processing cementitious material. And we usually use fly ash to the construction of road, embankment, as soil stabilization and fill material. What is geopolymer technology? Geopolymer is an organic polymer from a reaction of aluminosilicate material with alkali activator. They can be characterized by the three-dimensional network structure composed of silica and aluminum tetrahedra. Geopolymer known for the excellent mechanical property, thermal stability, and resistant to the chemical attack. And for the environmental benefit, by using geopolymer, we have a lower carbon footprint compared to the Portland cement. That to produce Portland cement, we consume carbon very high. How to make the fly ash geopolymer? We mixture the fly ash as an aluminosilicate compound with the alkali. We activate with the alkali. Usually we use sodium or potassium. and it's involve three chemical reaction. One is dissolution. Dissolution is the alkali activator breakdown fly ash particle, release the silica and alumina from the species into the solution, and then the other reaction is polycondensation. Polycondensation is species then react with the form of three-dimensional ammonium-silicate network by binding the particle and made the solid matrix, and the final product is the geopolymer material that have high strength, stability, and durability. Factor that influence the strength of fly ash geopolymer is one is soil characteristic. The type of soil, different soil can react different with the fly ash. So between the clay, silt, or sand, they have different reaction with the fly ash. So we must study every soil differently, and the clay ash characteristic. Clay ash characteristic from the different power plant, we have different fly ash component. The content of silica, alumina will be different. So if we use the fly ash from for example, from the Suralaya power plant or from the Tanjung Jati Jepara power plant or from the Python is different fly ash characteristic. And the alkali activator. The most used alkali activator is sodium hydroxide combined with sodium silica. The other is potassium or magnesium. And the mixing proportion to make the soil stabilization with the fly ash geopolymer, the mixing proportion will influence the strength and the durability. So usually we use proportion of fly ash and the soil by the weight and the curing condition. Curing condition include the curing temperature and the curing duration. And this is the example in our research. This is the stabilization for the soil, for the clay soil. The soil, actually we do the soil stabilization in clay, silt, and the sand soil. And this for this presentation, I will present for the clay soil. We collected the clay soil from around campus Muhammadiyah from the Bantul, and we classified the soil is clay with high plasticity. We pulverize until it pass number 40 sieve. And the fly ash we collected from Tanjung Jati Jepara. The fly ash is type F fly ash. We pulverize until it's sieve number 200, and we varied the fly ash with 5%, 10%, 50%, and 20% to know what is the best our optimum content of fly ash. And the alkali activator, we use sodium hydroxide and sodium silica, what we use to activator, because sodium silicate is very expensive, so we use sodium hydroxide to press the price. And our concentration, sodium hydroxide concentration is 12 molars, and the ratio of sodium silicate and sodium hydroxide is 1:1, 2:1, and 2.5:1. The specimen preparation, we compacted the specimen with the dry unit weight and the optimum moisture content as the same of MDD and OMC of the original soil. And we test the strength to compare with the original strength of the soil with the UCS test, unconfined compression strength. And the curing condition, we cure the sample with 7 and 40 days. And we elevated the curing temperature at the room temperature and 50 degree Celsius. And this is the result. The higher the fly ash, the higher the unconfined compression stress, and the optimum value is at 15% of fly ash. And this is the influence of curing. This is the influence of curing temperature. When we elevated the cure temperature, the UCS strength is increased remarkably, is 4 until 5 times from the ambient temperature to the 15 Celsius degree. And this is the influence of curing period. This is for the 7 days curing, and this is for the 14 days curing. When we elevated the curing temperature, the UCS will increase. And this is the influence of the effect of alkali ratio. The higher alkali ratio, the unconfined compression stress will be high. And this is the modulus of elasticity. The modulus of elasticity when we use the higher the fly ash content, modulus elasticity, just like the UCS, will be high. And the conclusion, the increasing fly ash content had a considerable positive impact on UCS and the modulus of elasticity. Increasing the curing temperature led to increase the UCS, then increasing the alkali ratio led to increase the UCS. What the challenge of this soil stabilization? The challenge is when we apply this in this field, the challenge is how to handling the alkali activator, because this chemical is very harmful for the health, and the consistency of the material quality, how to maintain the consistency of material quality in the field, and the initial setup cost is very high. If we want to apply this method in the field, so we need to invest, cost investment is very high. And this is the challenge, the advantage for using geopolymer for fly ash for stabilization compared to the Portland cement production. The fly ash production we use a wash material, so the production is maybe it's zero, and the environmental impact and sustainability from the presenter, from the Dr. Romi, Dr. Rahmitasari, the theme is when we use the fly ash geopolymer, we can enhance the sustainability construction, and we can use the waste material to get the more strength, more durability material for soil stabilization. And I think this is the end of my presentation, and I'm happy to answer your question if you have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Willis Diana. So now I'm inviting some question from the floor. Okay, 1, 2 question.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me introduce myself. My name is Isceie. I come from Lambung Mangkurat University, Banjarmasin. It is very interesting presentation, Miss. Actually, it is similar to my research related to geopolymer. As we know that geopolymer can be defined as green material. You apply it in soil stabilization. I applied in concrete. It is very interesting for me to know about the curing temperature. It means that for 50 degrees Celsius, you have to curing all day until testing day, or only 12 hours in the first time, and then you keep in the room. So maybe it is just my question. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bu Nursia. Very interesting question. I hope I can answer your question. Because the specimen is very small, I mold the specimen with the diameter of 3.5 centimeter and the height is 7 centimeter. So I cure the specimen in the oven for 7 days and for 14 days.
It is all day, I mean 7 days and 14 days until testing day, or only 12 hours or a few hours or 24 hours, because in my experimental, in my research, we only curing in the 60 degrees Celsius and 100 degrees Celsius for 12 hours. After that, we keep it in the room temperature. It's different with your research.
Different.
Oh, okay.
I keep it in the oven for the 7 and 14 days, and when when it's 7 days, I put it from the oven and get it normal temperature, and then I test with the unconfined compression strength.
What about the crack? Is there any crack after you?
In the usually in the 2 days we have a crack, but in the next day, 2 and the next day, the crack the crack is missed because the geopolymer is more. Jadi I'm sorry I use bahasa. Pada hari kedua biasanya crack mulai terlihat, tapi di pengamatan kita di hari ketiga crack terlihat hilang. Di pengujian kuat tekannya meningkat, tapi unfortunately in the durability test we can get the material is durable because the crack.
Yeah, thank you. It is similar with our research that only 12 hours for curing, we can find the highest compressive strength, especially for concrete. Maybe next research we can collaboration, Miss.
Okay.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Hello everyone. Introduce myself first. My name is Charatna Pembayon. I'm come from Civil Engineering University 2022. And then Mr. Diana have explained to us about geopolymer, fly ash geopolymer. And then I just wanna ask some questions. The first question, how can the quality of fly ash be answered for used in construction? And then the second question is, can fly ash geopolymer be used in all types of construction projects? It especially in terms of any condition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Cahyo. Fly ash is categories three type of fly ash type F, type C, and type N. And in my study, I use fly ash type F. With fly ash type F is have carbon dioxide under 10%. And when we use fly ash, we usually check for this chemical composition. So to certain that the fly ash have enough silica and alumina to react with the alkaline. And we usually use the type F or type C fly ash, only two types of fly ash. Any question that?
Maybe I can conclude that your explanation is correct, but I just wanna ask the important question for me about the types of your type in fly ash geopolymer. Itu can fly ash geopolymer be used in all types of construction projects? That is.
What you mean?
Okay, I'll use Indonesian. Okay. Jadi intinya kan fly ash geopolymer itu ada banyak types, ada banyak tipe. Nah itu apakah semua tipe itu bisa digunakan dalam semua proyek konstruksi gitu, Bu?
The fly ash geopolymer is usually used to substitute the Portland cement. And in geotechnical engineering, we used to substitute the lime and cement to soil stabilization. And I think other material, not only fly ash, with contain silica or high alumina can react with the soil particle. Can be used as a pozzolan or used for the geopolymerization. We can use for geopolymerization such abu sekam padi, has ash, or waste material from the slag. Any material that contain silica or high silica or high alumina can be used to soil stabilization.
Oh, oke. Berarti itu safety ya, Bu, untuk misalkan gedung yang bertingkat banyak gitu kan membutuhkan konstruksi yang lebih kuat, jadi aman gitu.
It's depend on the enhance the strength. If we usually we use the soil stabilization for fill the embankment to deep mixing soil. It's depend on the enhance the strength of the soil after stabilization.
Oh, okay. Maybe it's enough. Thank you for the explanation.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the question and answer. I think the time is up, and thank you very much for Dr. Wilisiana for your very nice presentation. Okay, yeah, because the limited time, that's all for keynote session, and I would like to thank to all keynote speaker, Prof. Remy, Dr. Rahmita Sari, and Dr. Wilisiana for your time and your very nice presentation. And we hope to extend our collaboration for the near future. And with that, I will now hand the time to our Master of Ceremony. Okay, thank you and see you again. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, thank you, Dr. Pinta Astuti for facilitating such an pleasant and insightful discussion. We are grateful to our keynote speaker for their valuable contribution and to our audience for the thoughtful questions. And we have now come to a very special part of our program, which is the presentation of the souvenirs and awards to our keynote speakers and the conference co-hosts. Before we proceed, let us give a warm round of applause to acknowledge their hard work and contribution. First, we would like to invite our keynote speakers to come up to this stage, and we deeply appreciate your dedication. So, yeah. One by one, maybe. Maybe for the first, Associate Professor Dr. Remy. Siapa yang lagi? Maybe Dr. Puji, can you help us to hand in the souvenir? Mana sih yang bantu ini? Saya panggil. Mas. Yeah, give applause. Okay, for the next, Dr. Ramita. Yeah, give this applause. And our third keynote speaker, Dr. Willis. Thank you so much. Okay, now for the co-host, so maybe I would like to ask Dr. Taufik Ilham Maulana to hand in the, for the first one from Universitas Lambung Mangkurat of South Kalimantan. Maybe for the representative can please come to the stage. Thank you. Thank you so much for the support from Universitas Lambung Mangkurat. Yeah, maybe all of the representative from the Lambung Mangkurat can go take picture together. Yeah. Ngadap atau ngadap sini aja gimana? Gak bagus apa? Dari situ aja nggak apa? Nanti kan kelihatan. Oh ya udah ya.
Satu, dua, tiga, lagi. Satu, dua, tiga. Tangan lipat juga. Satu, dua, tiga.
Lambung. Terima kasih. Ya. Kameranya. Baik. The next co-host from Universitas Lancang Kuning. Maybe the representative. Yeah. Please. Hanya sendiri, Pak? Atau sendiri? Ayo, kirain tadi dari itu. Terima kasih Pak Alfian atas supportnya. Give applause for Universitas Lancang Kuning. And unfortunately there is no representative from Taruman Negara, so okay. Okay, that brings us to the close of our plenary session. So we hope that you found the presentation and discussion enriching. And we will now take a short break for the rest and prayer. Please return to the designated room for the parallel session, which will begin at 15:30, right? So after this, yeah. So we have about 15 minutes for the rest and prayer, and then don't forget to check your room for the parallel sessions. I think that's all for me. Thank you so much for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oke. Jadi ditemani dengan Pak Mas Soe. Yes. Sorry, I need your attention, please. For the parallel sessions offline attender, Miss Nur Siah Khairunisa, Ade Yuniati, Muhammad Isradi, Lukmanul Hakim, Alfian Saleh, Anita Rahmawati, and Dona May Lida, Ian Setiawan, and Daniel Dharma Wijaya, Novita Sari, Pradipta, Wardana, Ulfa Fitriani, and Ekawati Laili. Please follow the LO to G5 building. G5 building is exactly in this site, right? The rest are in the G6 building, which is the opposite of the G5 building. I hope you understand, get it. If you are encountering the problems, please let us know. Thank you. 15:30 in the room. Thank you very much.
Maybe next semester I will see you in this technical engineering.
Gimana dek? Masih Mas Diva. Diva itu siapa Pak? Zaki. Diva itu lukanya. Ijanso dia ikut Ijanso.
titipan panitia ini.
Yang punya duit itu sebenarnya ada beri aja kan, nggak punya duit soalnya.
Sama kalau bisa nanti boarding pass kemarin.
Oh, ada Pak, mau dikasih sekarang? Ada, saya takut hilang.
Iya, itu memang.
200 boarding pass kemarin pakai
Nggak dapet, debu doang itu. Saya udah siapin, bentar saya ambil. Nanti kalau yang baru,
dia nih, udah nih.
Kalau yang baru,
Kalau udah pulang nanti akan dicek-cekin oleh kita. Ya.
Kalau kita cekin kan terus nanti kita print boleh nggak Ibu? Nanti aja biar nggak perlu mengirim lagi ke sini ya. Ya.
Jadi kering oven.
dilihat ukurannya Pak. Dilihat ukurannya. Berapa mes enggak?
200 tadi saya 200. Tanah 40.
Ini belum dikirim.
Terus dicampur campuran alkali. Terus oke, terus kemudian dicetakkan supaya raknya itu langsung masuk oven. Begitu enggak?
Oh ya, boleh nggak Pak? Ke kita di. Ya, terima kasih.
Nanti ini
lama settingnya.
Lama saya gampang. Oh iya, bahasa Indonesia itu nggak apa-apa ya? Enggak apa-apa, Bu. Saya orang Indonesia, saya orang Padang, Bu. Saya ini.
Kayak saya sendiri ya. Mengusul ukurannya diukur nggak? Perubahannya mengecil memang. Tapi dia ada
jadi
langsung muat.
Ibu, maaf, saya ke Plenary dulu, saya nanti ketemu malam ya. Maaf ya, ya nggak apa-apa. Soalnya daripada peserta menunggu ya.
Nggak bisa. Mungkin akan bagus nanti kalau misalkan kita pengalaman itu cuma beberapa jam setelah dia setting ini kan biarkan didasarkan dulu kan, maksudnya setelah dicetak dibiarin ada jalan cetakan, begitu kering baru masuk oven kan. Nah kami masuk ovennya itu 12 jam aja, 12 jam selama dengan suhu 100. Itu masing-masing ya tergantung fly ash kan. Kalau kita udah gantung dengan kan udah taruh itu bahwa tergantung banget sama fly ash gitu. Beda-beda kan, beda jam, beda hari aja beda.
Masuk gitu ya.
Ayo tanah lagi dua karakter yang berbeda ya. Nah, jadi mungkin itu bisa lebih baik ya karena kelamaan itu lama banget hancur kita uji.
Satu sistem
akhir
di luar ya, eksternal ya, eksternal. Kalau dia
yang 28 berarti yang berapa ruang ya? Saya 26 ya, di sini 26 ya. Dalam ruang, di dalam lab ya.
Ada chipnya, ada chip
iya karena airnya iya dan ukuran mungkin juga nggak terlalu beda kan kalau misalnya di sini
cuma itu kan harus
kita sudah kedurabilitas gelombang airnya ya geopolimer mortar sama pasta sama betonnya jadi nggak tanah masih agak main itu tanah kan nyerap air juga supply air nyerap air juga rasio alkali sampai ke sana ya berapa? Iya.
kita pakai dari sampai ke sini kalau cepatnya 5% kadar alkalinya baik yang sampai dengan satu sebenarnya udah bisa banding asam. Kalau yang 10 berarti 1:3, tinggal posisi kalau misalnya bukan asam payau yang biasanya yang biasa kita pasangnya sedikit selama katakanlah 5 kalau dia masak ya bisa karena corrosion di dalam itu sudah gila banget.
Jadi kadar rasio alkali terhadap ininya juga variasi ya. Variasi.
Tapi yang kita pertahankan kepadatannya.
Densinya tentu mengharapkan density tetap untuk menambah larutan
dari 4 tipe tadi kira-kira tipe long lasting kayaknya ya. Itu memang
nggak apa-apa.
3 tahun ini dapat
ya kita juga dapat ya kita Rolls Royce, dari Cipamen,